Morning, Jake. We go from Bop and Jake to Baby Jules. Just working the alliteration this morning. Yep.
Yeah, it was.
It's funny, both game threes were exactly the same.
Yep. I was going to say that same thing. We going to get 2 sweeps, David? I mean, there's really no reason not to believe we will, you know?
Oh, I know.
It's weird.
I'm wondering if Edmonton changes goalies.
Yeah. Who else they got, you know?
I mean, he's not all that great either, but you do that in hockey sometimes, just change things up. Plus, I will say, I mean, he helped give away a goal last night. Yeah, this thing could be over tomorrow. Celtics could do it tonight. Panthers could do it tomorrow. We could not even get to Father's Day.
First time since 95.
I was right, wasn't I?
Yeah.
I
mean, I didn't double check anything, but this is Moulton trivia. I mean,
it is Moulton trivia.
Between
So
the two of us.
There's always a chance. Yeah.
Whole question could be, if you want to see one series extended, which one would it be?
No.
Would hockey blow NBA out? Probably. Or maybe not, because Florida. All right, here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Friday. And wow, what a busy, spectacular sports day and night it was yesterday. But first things first. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Mark off again today. Trent in the house, quite possibly for the last time. All right. You know, we're our organization working it out with his organization. we're not quite sure if he has any options left. If we put him on waivers, whether or not he gets claimed, does that mean we have a week to trade him or not? During that week, can we use him? It's very unclear. Okay. We knew we were getting him back because he left his car in Southwest Florida. Okay. So he had to come back at some point anyway for his car. So it's probably why he doesn't mind filling in on these two shows. He's like, well, I got to come back and get the car. But see, he's leaving with the car immediately following the show. That means there is a chance we never see. I can't say talk to him because Mark still has to call him at 5:30 every morning for us to get on the air, which explains all you need to know about how fragile the Miller and Moulton ecosystem is. But top of the morning to you, Trent. How are you?
Morning, David. I'm great. Great night of sports, like you said. A lot of wires happening today. Can't get them crossed. Got to keep everything straight. The car is loaded down. I don't know what the payload is.
Hold on a second. Loaded down?
It's loaded down.
One, I didn't think you had anything. Two, we didn't pay you enough money to buy anything while you were working in Florida. Okay. I thought the only thing you owned was like an old ketchup, mayonnaise, and mustard bottle. I mean, seriously, and one extra box of ramen. I mean, honestly, you mean you have stuff?
I mean, my car's not that big, so the stuff I do have fills it up pretty quickly.
I would literally thought you're like a worker who gets fired and walks out with the box that they put on the front seat. That's what I literally thought you'd be leaving with.
Yeah, I mean, it's all just clothes, but you throw them in the bin, and eventually.
Well, hold on a second. You got like 6 to 8 pairs of pants. I mean, you do have like 37 Detroit sports teams T-shirts, so I guess that could take up a good chunk of the back seat.
And I got jerseys too, David, and
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
I mean, they add up. The jerseys probably account for 30% of the payload on my car right now.
That's a good point. It's a good point. Is it heavy enough you're going to have to pull over at like truck stops and get weighed, or are you good?
I'll tell you what. Both times I drove from Nashville down here, my car broke down. So let's hope that doesn't happen again.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was going to be my next line. Here's Trent's problem. He can get in the car and he can get it started. The problem with the car is if he is to pull over. And at some point, we know he can't get back to Michigan on one tank of gas. So the problem is when he stops the car. And we've all had cars like this. We're all thinking back now to when we had, oh, yeah, man. I inherited, 2 cars from my mom. The second one she gave me, I swear it had like 1.5 miles left in it when she gave it to me. And I had to nurse this sucker. I literally left it on the side of a highway in Pennsylvania. Done. Just scraped the VIN number off and what have you and just said, I don't care. Just have them track me down. Took everything out of the car, scraped the number off and said, you want to go find me, track me down, knock yourself out. I'll pay the damn fine. I am done.
So, I really am a little, what's the word?
Worried.
Nervous, worried, apprehensive.
Worried. Yeah.
All the above.
Here's the good thing, though. I will say you're not going through Nashville, are you?
I am. I'm stopping there tonight, actually.
Oh, see, because I was going to say, at least we know if you were headed home, it would be I-75. Okay, but now if you're going to go to Nashville, you're going to go off the beaten path. You're going to get 24 into the equation and all that. So, All right. And good luck. That's all we got to say. Good luck.
I mean, what else can you say at this point? We got to just go. Got to get it done. Got to try.
Can I ask, how old is the car?
2010.
Wow.
So, 14 years old. I've had it since 2020.
And the only 2 times it broke down was when you were driving to work for us?
Yep. In 4 years. The only 2 times it broke down was when I tried to push it from Tennessee to Florida. And other than that, it's given me no problems.
So you definitely, once again, think it's a Miller and Moulton thing, right? I mean, you think the car is allergic to Miller and Moulton. Like the car is like, listen, you can get me away from those 2. I'll be fine. I still got 3-5 more good years in me. You got to get me away from them.
It might be purring like a kitten when I rev it up after the show. I don't know.
So, coming up in about 30 minutes, I do the whole starting five thing. It's not often that you have to debate what the quote unquote lead story is. But man, did we have a lot go on last night. I mean, obviously, you got the Stanley Cup Finals, and in our parts, that's a bigger deal than it is probably most anywhere else in the country because of Florida teams involved. You got the U.S. Open Golf Tournament, and you've got a leaderboard. And for a while, Tiger Woods was playing good golf. Oh, yeah. And a young quarterback got signed for a load of money. Emphasis on the Trevor Lawrence got paid. And once again, and I'm going to take a lot of flack for this, I don't have a problem with it at all.
You've been consistent on that, David. The cap going up.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's two reasons. First off, this is the cost of doing business. It just is. If you don't want to pay this, then you know what? Get out of the business of the NFL. All right. Brock Purdy is eventually going to get paid. Yeah, I mean, it's great. They can get him on $1 million a year for 4 years. That's awesome for the Niners. It is. I don't know what to tell you. You play that well, you go that deep in the playoffs, you're going to get paid. You want one of these guys, you got to pay them. Now, you can actually look at, like the Tampa Bay Bucks contract with Baker Mayfield. Wow. I mean, is $35 million a year a steal for 3 years? I mean, he's a competent starting quarterback in the league, right? He's not top 10, top 12. He might not even make your top 15, but he's right there. He's in the middle. He's in the mid-teens, maybe high teens for some. I don't know what to tell you. This is what they get paid.
As far as I'm concerned, this show has been pretty pro Baker compared to some others. That absolutely, I would consider a steal.
I mean, I got to admit, I can't believe the Bucks got him for less than what the Giants paid Daniel Jones. I can't believe Baker didn't look at the Bucks and go, I know you don't want to pay me this, but Daniel Jones is making 40. How can I make a dime less? That's all I'm saying. I won't even ask for much more than a dime more, but how can you pay me a dime less than him? But here's the other thing that very few take into consideration in my estimation. The Trevor Lawrence contract's not for this year. Hell, the Trevor Lawrence contract's not for next year.
Right.
The 55 doesn't kick in till 2026.
This is Kyler-esque, right? Isn't this kind of what the Cardinals did with Kyler?
Well, yes. You get the rookie first-round quarterback for what? 5 years if you pick up his option. Obviously, the Jags are picking up the option on Trevor Lawrence. How many years has Trevor been in the league? 3. Now, can we discuss the salary cap in 2026? It'll be $300 million.
Yep. And that's the key, David. That's the key. You talk about the quarterback market getting reset constantly. I remember it was less than a decade ago, Matt Stafford and Jimmy Garoppolo were making $27.5 million, and we thought that was a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, we thought that was ridiculous that Jimmy Garoppolo was making 27.5. I remember everybody across all networks. They're like, how is he making this much money? It has now doubled the market.
Salary cap, and hell, if it wasn't for the pandemic, salary cap would already be over $300 million. And the TV money's just coming in. We're a year and a half into this TV deal in the NFL. Cap's going up. By the way, they keep bringing in new media deals all the time. Let's put Christmas on Netflix. All right, for $75 million a game. Boom. I mean, Goodell is determined to make this industry $25 billion annually. It's only 20 to 22 right now. Why do you think the NFL's pounding the table for what? An 18th game. they're doing the math going, I don't think we can get to 25 without an 18th game. Well, what if we get an 18th game? Oh, we can get to 25.
Well, and you know what I find funny about the whole thing, David, is they say if they do 18 games, they're going to have to add a second bye week. And I'm thinking the NFL is thinking in their head, oh, you want us to extend the season? You want us to make it even longer? Yeah,
Right.
we can do that. No problem. And the NFLPA is like, good deal. 2 bye weeks, 18 games. Where do we sign?
Yeah, because they're more worried about OTA practice time.
By the way, Trevor Lawrence he
No.
was granted a excuse.
Right. Doug Peterson said Trevor Lawrence doesn't, Josh Allen doesn't have to be here. There's about 6, 8 guys. They don't have to be here. They know the plays. They got their work in. We've seen them. They're fine. No sense bringing them here. In fact, Mac Jones needs the reps in our offense. Have him run the 2-day OTA thing. Yeah. So this doesn't kick in until 2026. Now, Burrow's $55 million a year. That's now. Okay, so I believe Joe Burrow, as of today, is the highest paid quarterback in the league. But you got Jordan Love, you got Brock Purdy, you got Dak Prescott. They're sitting back, hands behind their head, feet up on the desk, going, I see you, Trevor. Looking good, buddy. Looking good. And
I always find that part funny. Like whoever resets the market, everyone in that position group is like, yes, that's our guy.
Congratulatory tweets. Those are my, the posts yesterday were hysterical. Meanwhile, Mahomes is just like, hey, can you guys tell me when this is done? And then I'm just going to call the Chiefs up and go, so what do you think? First digits of 6? 60 what? Miller and Moulton. And it's a fantastic Friday show. Thanks for being with us.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and
Any ideas for a poll question?
Did the Jags overpay for the Jags overpay Trevor Lawrence? And in parentheses, you got to put 50, 5 for 275. Yeah. And then it's got to be like, yes, this will cost them. B, nope, cost of doing business. I will say Johnny Mack has a better poll question suggestion. Trent,
What is it?
will your car break down on the ride home?
The car to break down is like minus 250.
Wow.
I mean, I've only driven here twice. It's happened both times. We can only go off the numbers. So what's he getting paid yearly? I guess I could just do the math.
55.
Okay.
It's 5 for 275. Shimko wondering, is the bet on Trent's car a boost? I think it's a sprinkle.
If it was boost, it'd be boosted to minus 100.
I think Shimko, it's a sprinkle. Yeah. Okay, music. I think you're on to something. It's not a question of if Trent's car will break down, where, Atlanta, Nashville. Let's pick a place in between Nashville and, well, I guess you could go straight. You could go through Louisville, can't you, to get home? And then.
Yeah, that's the plan. But okay, so I'm going to try to get to Nashville tonight, which is 12 hours away.
Yes, it is.
That's a long drive. Okay. Did the Jaguars overpay for Trevor Lawrence with his 5-year, $275 million, and then in parentheses I put $55 million a year extension? Yes, this will cost them, or no.
Cost of doing business.
I typed that in. It doesn't fit. You got to have 25 characters.
Okay.
So, or no strictly business, or no. I don't know. Yes, this will cost them, or no. Good value? I don't know.
How about Feeney suggests it's just business?
Perfect.
Thank you, Feeney. Shimko, according to Trent, he didn't even have the $1.83 left on his Hard Rock account that he was clear when he left 2-3 weeks ago. Can you do Hard Rock in Michigan?
I don't know if you can or not, but I've always used Barstool, so I'll just go back to that. That account actually still has money in it.
I thought you said your Hard Rock account was empty.
My Barstool sports.
Oh, gotcha.
Account. Yeah, that's the one that I used all throughout college.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Mark off for one more day. Trent in the house, very possibly for the last time. Although, he's still got it in his head that Miller and Moulton's going to go on for like another decade. And, he's going to do whatever he's doing now. And he's going to call us up in about 3 years and go, hey, guys. I mean, we like him a lot. So we just go, yeah, okay, sure. I could see that happening. And Mark and I look at one another like, Is he out of his mind? But so, Trent and I, we have 5 guests lined up today. Whit Watson to talk the U.S. Open in 40 minutes. I did this for a couple of people on the text line and the Twitch chat room. Okay, this is for you. We're going to do a segment with Cole Cubelic. Okay, although we will talk a little college football and all the changes going on. But we booked Cole Cubelic of ESPN solely to talk about the UFL championship game of Birmingham and San Antonio. Okay, that is for you diehards. And I know there's 4 to 7 of you that have been watching the UFL throughout the spring. It's for you. John Forslund to talk the Stanley Cup Finals at 8 o'clock. Mike DiRocco, a couple hours from now, he covers the Jags for ESPN. Man, he thought he was done, the OTAs, he could take some time off, and then they gave Trevor Lawrence the bank yesterday. And Dave Hyde, outstanding columnist in Miami. He's following the Panthers, and he had quite the funny column about the travel just to get to Edmonton. So in our bonus hour, we'll kick it around with Dave Hyde a little bit. Panthers on the verge of hoisting Lord Stanley's Cup.
For the first time.
Correct. So do you know, by the way, hockey and hoops could be over tomorrow? I mean, both series are 3-0. How about the similarities between the game threes, Trent, that we had this week, the last 2 nights? Celtics were up 21 a minute into the fourth quarter. Mavs going a 22-2 run to cut it to 1. Got some controversy, 4 minutes to go. The 6th foul on Luka. Celtics holding on for dear life. Would have been the biggest fourth quarter comeback in NBA Finals history. But Celtics up 3 spit. And then the Panthers up 4-1 going to the third. Kill off the power play that Edmonton had to start the third period. You're thinking, please, this could be 5-1, 6-1. No. Edmonton banks one in off a Florida defenseman's damn near head. Okay, it's 4-2, and then all of a sudden they're throwing caution to the wind, and they're buzzing. They make it 4-3. We got a little over 4 minutes to go. Bobrovsky had to make some big saves.
And he did.
They made a spectacular one late.
And David, what I find particularly impressive about this was we talked yesterday about how Edmonton is not a good third period team.
Right.
Haven't won a game this playoffs, and I guess this is still true when it's tied after 2 periods.
Tied or losing, correct.
For them to have the wherewithal, the grit, the tenacity to stay in the fight, if you will. And, they came up short and now it's all but over. But they put together a pretty solid third period. That was fun to watch towards the end.
It was fun. It was. And in a way, the Panthers kind of ham and egged them last night. They just second period, Edmonton had their moments where they were controlling play, and then Florida counterattack, mistake, score. Here comes Edmonton for 3-4 minutes. Florida counterattack, mistake, score.
And David, you talk about the parallels between the game threes. There's even some parallels between the series where I know Luka isn't held in high regard in the NBA as McDavid is in the NHL. I know that, but simply,
well, I don't know about that. Remember when the series started, what were people trying to say? Second best player in the NBA.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not, McDavid's regarded as the best in the NHL, but I mean, Luka, first team All NBA, top, one of the 3 finalists for the MVP. I mean,
I guess just the idea of they've got a lot of talent. They've got a really talented player that could single-handedly win you a game, it seems like. And yet it's 3-0. The better team is up 3-0.
And also the similarity to me, Trent, is the Mavs were what? Luka and Kyrie. Edmonton is what? McDavid and Draisaitl.
Yes.
So, and the games have been similar. Boy, ABC is like, wow, this is great. We spend all this money on the hoops and the hockey. What are we going to get? 2 sweeps? Oh, this is fantastic.
No, you're right. I mean, tomorrow. Like you said, we might not even make it to Father's Day.
I know. They laid the schedule out, and it's like, there's only one scenario in which we don't have games after Father's Day. And guess what? Yeah, we're staring right at it, aren't we?
And this is funny because I remember weeks ago, we're like, why is the NBA Finals schedule already out? Why are they taking 9 days from the end of the Western Conference Finals to the NBA Finals? Well, folks, if they would have started earlier, we might not have basketball anymore at this point.
It'd be done. It would be done.
It could have gone 6 and it'd be done.
Listen, this isn't Moulton trivia, okay? Okay, I actually looked this up. Okay, this isn't, Moulton off the top of his head. He's right more times than he's wrong, but he's not as accurate as he should be. So do you know how many times in the history of the NBA we've had a sweep?
I'll say 10.
That's a great guess. The answer is 9.
Okay.
Celtics are trying to become the 10th sweep in NBA history. I think they'd be the first sweep since the Spurs over the Cavs in 07.
No, 2018 Warriors Cavs when LeBron dropped 50.
Oh, that's right.
They swept.
Okay. So 9 sweeps in NBA history. Do you know how many sweeps we've had in the Stanley Cup Finals?
4.
No, it's exactly the opposite. More than double. 20.
Wow.
It's remarkable, but haven't had a sweep in the finals this century. Last sweep in the Stanley Cup Finals, the Red Wings, late 90s, had back-to-back sweeps in the finals. In fact, Detroit swept, trying to remember the sweeps, Philadelphia first in 97, and then the Caps in 98. In 96, the Avs swept the Panthers. In 95, the Devils swept the Wings. You had 4 straight sweeps in the Stanley Cup Finals in the mid to late 90s.
Yeah, that'll probably never happen again, right?
Hopefully. Certainly, ABC and Turner are hoping not, as they're throwing in a few $100 million a year for the rights. But so we've had 20 sweeps in the finals in hockey, 9 in hoop. The last time, Moulton Trivia was right yesterday, by the way. That does need to be pointed out. Off the top of his noggin yesterday, I said, I think the last time we had sweeps in both series was 1995. Houston did it to Orlando in the NBA. And the Devils did it to the Wings in the finals in hockey.
The self-anointed voice is just...
So it's not just you that we pick on with the voice, just so you know. We do it to each other, too.
But you were spot on, David. 95. We could be staring down the barrel of the first double sweep
since 95.
Yes.
Right. So there you have it. We'll talk Florida Panthers in about an hour and a half with John Forslund as the Stanley Cup Finals are all but a wrap. Boy, that Panthers in 5 pick's looking pretty good. I took a lot of heat for Panthers in 5. Edmonton's got McDavid and Draisaitl. They're really good. I even think people were talking up Edmonton the way they were talking up the Mavs. Remember? That build up for a week about, I think Dallas is going to give them a series. I think the Mavs are going to win.
And yet, David, we might get a sweep or 2 sweeps, and whoever has the courage to pick a sweep to begin with.
Miller and Moulton. The starting 5 is next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples,
Irish, I agree with you. Both finals have been boring. I don't know. I don't know if boring's the right word, but I know what you're saying. Like last night's game was very exciting. Game 3 in the NBA was very exciting, but just 3-0 is 3-0. All right, I'm taking song recommendations for the road today. Hit me.
Oh, I knew we'd hear from Ambient about McKinnon versus McDavid. Oh, I knew that was coming.
Brown chicken? That's funny. I asked for song recommendations for the road. Brown chicken says Supertramp, Long Way
Long
Home.
way home. DC, all my exes live in Texas. That funny?
Paul, yes. I mean, I'm not going back to Detroit, but I'm going back to Michigan. Kid Rock Radio, love it. Okay, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, and that's when our tremendous, if we do say so ourselves, guest list begins today. Whit Watson to talk U.S. Open at 7 a.m. in the East. Cole Cubelic We'll talk football. We'll actually start talking, wait for it, the UFL Championship Sunday.
Let's go Stallions. Come on, baby.
It's the Stallions against the, Brahmas?
Yes.
I think San Antonio's the Brahmas. Skip Holtz, Wade Phillips, your head coaches. John Forslund, about an hour and a half, talk a little hockey. I just like to hear his voice. I got to be honest with you. We're just going to call him up periodically during the summer and say, John, just read to us what you see. Okay, even if it's street signs, that's fine.
He is as good as it gets.
License plate numbers, if you'd like to read them off, go. Mike DiRocco in 2 hours. He covers the Jags. Anything going on with them? And Dave Hyde. Bring some humor to the show. He'll join us in our Diamond District bonus hour. Right now, it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
3 in the second will beat 2 in the third every time. Panthers scored 3 times in the second to take a 4-1 lead to the third. Oilers scored twice in the third. Still no goals from McDavid or Draisaitl. Still no goals on the power play. Yeah, no chance in you-know-what of Edmonton doing anything to Florida if those stats were going to be such after 3 games. Bobrovsky, big in the third, even with Edmonton scoring twice. 32 saves. Panthers a win away from hoisting Lord Stanley's Cup for the first time. Up 3 spit. Winner in Game 3, 4-3. Game 4 tomorrow night in Edmonton. The Cup will be in the building. Oh, I have goosebumps just saying it. Game 4, NBA Finals tonight. The trophy is in the building. Celtics looking for title number 18. Also looking for the 10th ever sweep in NBA Finals history. Taking on the Mavs, 8:30 tonight. U.S. Open golf. So Patrick Cantlay posted a 5 under 65 pretty early. And scores got good late afternoon into the early evening. Usually they get harder. It seemed as if it got a little easier out there. And Rory McIlroy was fantastic. He's actually been really good in the last handful of U.S. Opens. He's got a bunch of top 10s, including second last year. Rory with a bogey-free 5 under 65, walked in a 20-footer for birdie on 18. So Cantlay and McIlroy tied for the lead at 5 under. Ludwig Oberg posted a nice 4 under 66. Bryson DeChambeau playing well. He's 2 shots back at 3 under. Finau at 2 under. Sergio in the group at 1 under. Koepka, who had it going early, was 3 under more than midway through his round and then kind of derailed. Koepka, Morikawa, Schauffele at even. Notice I haven't mentioned Scotty Scheffler yet. Didn't get much going yesterday. Just 2 birdies, a 1 over 71. He's tied with Ricky Fowler, Brian Harman, and Max Homa. Spieth at 2 over. Tiger, he teed off early. He birdied his first hole. And yes, that's right, for a moment. And it lasted about an hour. You looked at the leaderboard, and who was tied for the lead? Tiger Woods. Yeah, here's the problem. Tiger only birdied the 2 par 5s, didn't birdie any other hole on the course. And he's just not good enough anymore. He's not sharp enough. He can't play enough. He's all but admitting it. Well, he's not admitting that he's not good enough, but he is admitting he's not sharp enough. Tiger with a 4 over 74. He's going to have to battle just to make the cut. NFL. All right, we got all these quarterbacks. They going to get paid? The answer so far to every single one of them is hell yeah.
With a sledgehammer, David.
Trevor Lawrence next up, and the Jags said, how about this? We're not even going to mess around and try to squeeze you in between Goff and Burrow. We'll just pay you what the Bengals are paying Joe Burrow. How about that? And Trevor said, well, how could I say no to that? And the Jags said, exactly. That's what we were thinking. 5 years, $275 million. That's a smooth Sammy Hagar. I can't drive 55 annually. Now, it's an extension. Doesn't kick in for another 2 seasons. He's still playing on his rookie deal this year and next year, 5th-year option. But Trevor Lawrence is signed to 2030. And he gets 142 million of it as soon as he puts the pen to paper. And 200 of the 275 is guaranteed.
Did the Jags overpay? Yes or no? Miller_Moulton on X. Go vote on our poll question.
Look at that. Look at him, Smith. Look, you see, he was gone for a couple of weeks. He's out on the street trying to sell advertising in Michigan. He's like, I need to talk. I want to talk. That and the fact that he had to come back to Southwest Florida to get his car. Okay, so, but I actually think he was jonesing more to talk than he was to get the car. So there you have it. Trent lined it up. And we still have Tua. We still have Dak. We've got Jordan Love. We got Brock Purdy. Yep. So, we can do the whole, I don't think he's worth the money. Do you think so-and-so's going to pay him? The answer is probably no and yes. Are they worth the money? Most cases, probably not. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's the cost of doing business.
It's the market.
And so, yes, as Trent said, that's our poll question. Jags overpay or no, man? It's business. That's what you got to do. We're in the NFL business. We got a young QB. Got to pay him. Got to keep him. Baseball. Taj Bradley, 7 innings, 11 strikeouts. Good outing. And then the Rays with 3 in the 7th. Beat the Cubs 3-2. Mets walk off the Marlins. JT Martinez with a 2-run homer with 1 out in the 9th to beat them 3-2. Braves snap a 5-game losing skid, double up the Orioles 6-3. Good thing for Baltimore. The Royals scored 2 in the 9th to beat the Yankees 4-3. Baltimore and the Yankees have a 3-game series next week. Orioles-Phillies begin a 3-game series tonight. World Series preview, perhaps? Phillies lost in Boston for the second straight night, 9-3. Boston put 4 up in the second and the 4th, all 8 of those runs against Aaron Nola. Texas took 2 of 3 from the Dodgers in L.A., beat them 3-1. You combine the Texas win with Seattle losing in 10 to the White Sox 3-2. Seattle's leads down to 5.5 in the West. Could the AL West be decided this weekend? Mariners and Rangers, the 3-game series in Seattle. Figure Texas needs to take 2 out of 3, right? Cardinals got a Brandon Donovan homer in the 6th, beat the Pirates 4-3. Detroit with 5 in the 7th, snapped the Nats 5-game winning streak 7-2. Christian Walker with 2 homers. Jock Peterson with a slam. Diamondbacks 11-1 over the Dodgers. Carlos Correa with a homer, 3 RBIs, and a Prince jam out. That's very popular in Minneapolis, St. Paul, just so you know. That's where Prince was from. Yeah. Twins 6-2 over the A's. College baseball. World Series gets underway today and tonight. Remember, you got 4 ACC schools, 4 SEC schools. You got 3 in one bracket, 3 in the other, though. So they've all but guaranteed it's going to be ACC versus SEC in the final. Florida State, Tennessee tonight, by the way. This is double elimination. Other NFL news. See the Dolphins sign Calais Campbell? A homecoming in a sense because he was a former Canes standout. He'll be 38 this season, but he did have 6.5 sacks last year with the Falcons.
He's productive. It's not like a Von Miller situation.
Well, and Von was productive until he got hurt. But you're right. He has not been productive since he got hurt. And I have to admit, I think the NFL screwed up yesterday. So you remember about a month or so, the NFL said we're going to investigate the Falcons and the Eagles for tampering. whether or not they reached out and contacted free agents too soon. Well, they concluded that the Eagles didn't tamper. Okay, good. But they concluded the Falcons did. They contacted Kirk Cousins and one other free agent like 2 days too soon. They only stripped the Falcons of a 5th-round pick. Now they find the GM some money and they find the franchise, but whatever. But only a 5th-round pick. Now, first off, Dolphins fans are going to go, when we were found to have tampered with Brady, we lost a 1st. Well, the tampering from the Dolphins was so extreme. Literally, including having Brady on the owner's private yacht.
Yeah, I mean, it depends who you tamper with,
right.
too.
But, if your team is losing a 5th-round pick, enough incentive not to tamper to go get a prominent free agent? I don't think so.
Not in my mind either, David. That's
Right.
a great point.
That's why I think the NFL should have been a little harsher on the Falcons yesterday. Maybe a 3rd-round pick. Take a day 2 pick away from them. Teams might go, I don't know. This is noteworthy. You remember the story involving Illinois standout Terrence Shannon?
Yes.
And the Illini went to Kansas to play a game, and he was charged with felony rape and sexual assault at a bar. The Illini originally suspended him. He got a court injunction. He ended up playing out the rest of the year. Really good player. 1st-round pick. Well, a jury in Kansas found him not guilty of all charges yesterday. I think it's worth mentioning.
Yeah.
Garnered a few headlines during the season. Colin McGregor, by the way, is not going to fight at the end of the month in UFC 303. He's injured. Listen, I'm not going to try to pretend that I'm a UFC guy, but I'm not so sure he's injured. Apparently, his behavior has been pretty erratic for the last couple of weeks, and there are a lot of people involved with the UFC in the fight that were worried about him. So, injury could be convenient. I mean, I bend over to tie my shoes and say, oh, my back. So, anyway. So, no McGregor at the end of the month, UFC 303. And finally, Caitlin Clark was not good last night. She had only 7 points, 6 assists, and 7 turnovers. Yet, the Fever beat Atlanta 91-84. Aaliyah Boston at 27 points, 14 rebounds. Kelsey Mitchell with 24 points. So there. Did you see the announcement, by the way, that the WNBA All-Stars are going to play the U.S. women's basketball team before the U.S. women's basketball team goes to Paris? And who do you think will be put on the WNBA All-Star team?
Caitlin Clark, baby.
It'll be Caitlin Clark will probably get to play against Tarazi and a few others one time. All right. That'll probably garner a little hype.
Yeah.
From now. So at 8 minutes before the hour, Trent, that was
the starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
Maybe Peacock should throw the bag at the WNBA, try to televise that scrimmage.
Well, I think it's a game.
Oh, it's like an organized thing?
Yeah, it's going to be a game.
Well, okay, isn't there some overlap between the Olympic team and the All-Stars? There will be, right?
Not for that game, there won't.
Right, but what I'm saying is they'll have...
Yes, some of the All-Stars will be on the Olympic team, yes. But I just thought it was worth mentioning.
Yeah, it's interesting.
By the way, Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight, Dallas a 1.5-point favorite. And the over-under keeps going down. Now it's down to 211.5. Dallas still yet to score 100 points in a game in this series,
Yeah, what do you think of that line, David?
Well, Dallas was favored by 2.5 in Game 3. Boston's 7-0 on the road. They haven't lost a road game since the regular season in early April.
And as we talked about yesterday, they're okay at home in the playoffs.
Lucas says he's going to just try to have fun. Stop worrying about the officiating, going to have fun. I think the over-under tonight, the boost okay, the sprinkle, whatever we're going to call it, on the game tonight is how many possessions does it take for Luka to complain to an official?
If you could gamble on a player getting ejected, I would seriously consider sprinkling on Luka to get tossed.
Do we think Luka can make it to the first media timeout without complaining to the refs? I say no. Whit Watson's next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free service.
By the way, Whit Watson, that's a hell of a name.
Yeah, he's had quite a career. So, Realtor Clark, you are going to keep the beard from the hockey playoffs. You're going to keep the beard for the summer? It's a big decision. It's a big decision. If the Chiefs don't win, so it sounds like you're just going to keep it for football no matter what. So if the Chiefs win 3 straight, you shave it. If they lose,
We got him.
all right.
Locked and loaded. Here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Friday. Mark off, Trent filling in. Cole Cubelic to join us near the bottom of the hour. We'll talk a little college football and, believe it or not, a little UFL championship with Birmingham and San Antonio playing for a title. John Forslund, 1 hour from now. We'll talk some pucks. Mike DiRocco in 90 minutes to talk Trevor Lawrence getting paid. But Whit Watson is kind enough to join us once again. He is covering the U.S. Open for Westwood One, and he covers golf year-round, whether it's the Golf Channel, whether it's with the NBC Sports family, whether it's PGA Tour Live on ESPN Plus, and every Saturday morning on 96.9 The Game in Orlando, he hosts Making the Cut. Follow Whit on X at Real Whit Watson. Whit, it's David. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm looking forward to day 2 of manning the desk here and keeping the planet updated on scores at the U.S. Open.
Well, your thoughts yesterday, 15 guys under par. We'll see how many, end up in red numbers, but just your thoughts on, we expect carnage, on the carnage meter yesterday, Whit. How did Pinehurst do?
Yeah, it really didn't show its teeth. The scoring average overall was 3 shots over par, which is about what you figured it would be, but nobody had 265s on their bingo card. I can tell you that. I mean, McIlroy didn't make a bogey yesterday. Patrick Cantlay had his best score to open a major championship in his career, and the lowest score, that 65, by the way, the lowest score at a U.S. Open at Pinehurst by anybody other than Martin Keimer. So McIlroy and Cantlay matching it together on the same day. We had good scoring in the morning. It was kind of fun to watch Cantlay and Oberg and those guys. And then there was that mid-afternoon lull, which kind of tends to happen in PGA Tour events anyway. And then as they're going off the air, here comes McIlroy. So it was kind of a good balance to the beginning and end of the day, I thought.
And you obviously know this, having covered so many of them, but the U.S. Open is famous for an unknown leading after the first round. And we've had unknowns lead after the first round and miss the cut even. But look at this leaderboard, Whit.
Yeah.
Cantlay, McIlroy, Oberg, DeChambeau, Finau under par, Sergio under par. Even Brooks, Morikawa, Schauffele, who are not over par. Scheffler only one over. I mean, the big boys have gotten off to a good start.
Yeah, if you're looking for Cinderella, she has not shown up yet. You're exactly right. And give credit to Sergio. I mean, that's kind of an underplayed story. He may be, in fact, the last player into the field. He lost the playoff in final qualifying and then was an alternate who got in at the last minute, now has a streak of 25 consecutive U.S. Opens that he's appeared in. And at 44 years old, 1 under is pretty respectable. In first round at Pinehurst, not playing super competitive golf very much these days, to put it charitably. I was really impressed by that. I was impressed by Mathieu Pavon of France. Now, he's won on the PGA Tour. He won in a big ballpark at Torrey Pines, but 67 is his best ever round at a major championship. DeChambeau's heroic turn continues. He's 2 shots off the lead. I mean, you're right. It's a sec. But again, it's day one, boys. Let's not get crazy. Okay, it's fun, but see what happens by the end of Friday.
Hey, can we just your pick, by the way, to win the PGA, and he finished second, Bryson DeChambeau. We were talking about this earlier. Whit, is he the only guy to go LIV and gain in popularity?
Yeah, it's a fun story, isn't it? Because he really had at that PGA Championship. I mean, it was a heel turn in reverse. He went from being the guy that nobody could stand to suddenly America's sweetheart. And it's because I think he's a little more open. He's a little less dismissive or skeptical. He's just as smart as he always was, but he's also a little more unguarded. And in his interviews, I mean, even yesterday, he acts like he really is having fun. He's enjoying himself, and he's interacting with the crowd. And that's all it takes as consumers, is if we see you enjoying yourself and honestly trying to put on a good show, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt, no matter where you've been playing your golf. I'm happy for him, because honestly, it seems like, I don't know the guy at all, but it seems like he's just a lot more content and a lot happier as a person, and it comes out in his golf. So good for him.
Whit Watson, who's covering the U.S. Open for Westwood One, and he covers golf year-round, whether it's NBC, ESPN, the Golf Channel. Saturday mornings, you get a chance to listen. iHeartRadio, Making the Cut, 11 a.m., 96.9 The Game in Orlando. Listen to the show. He's got great guests. It's a really good golf show every Saturday at 11 a.m. You can follow Whit on X at Real Whit Watson. So, when we get a guy who's dominating, we do the old Tiger of the field. Now it's Scheffler of the field. For what it's worth, Whit, I took the field not because it's the percentage play, but because for as great as he is, he's not a great putter. And don't you think to win at Pinehurst, for 4 days, you got to roll it.
Yeah, well, short game in general, yes. I mean, and I'm not sure if you and I, if we discussed this before or not, but I spoke to Justin Ray, who writes for The Athletic. He's been a guest on the radio show in Orlando, and thank you for that, by the way, and is one of the preeminent golf statisticians and analysts in the game. And he said more than once that if Scottie Scheffler could putt only average in 2023, by his calculations, all things being equal, the number of strokes that he lost on the green, if he had gotten those back just by being a 50% putter on the PGA Tour, he would have won 10 times. Now, this year, he has turned his putting around by his standard, meaning he's become an average
putter. Right.
And you see what he's won. Just by becoming an average putter, he's winning everything. At +1, he's not out of it. And I'll put it this way, the stats back up that if he putts only average, he will have a chance to contend this week at Pinehurst. It's his ball striking is that elite, and even when his game isn't on all cylinders, he goes out and puts up 1 over at a U.S. Open, which is not a terrible thing. So no, I don't think he's out of it by any stretch.
There are rather loud whispers that early next week there's going to be an announcement, and that maybe the two sides are figuring it out. There's all this money. There's got to be a way that we can play golf worldwide and everybody can be happy. If that's true, Whit, and what it is that you're hearing, is it possible that what those who made the jump to LIV said, give it 3, give it 5 years, believe it or not, golf will be in a stronger, better place? I mean, Whit, usually if you got a bunch of private investors throwing billions on the table, things do get better, right?
Generally speaking, yeah. I will find it surprising if we do have a resolution to the PGA Tour and the Public Investment Fund. That announcement that they put out, I believe it was the Monday of the U.S. Open, which it didn't really say very much. It said, we promise we're still talking. And I think the reason why that announcement was made was because of the two policy board members, one of them being Jimmy Dunn, who had testified in front of Congress on behalf of the PGA Tour, quit in May. They left the board. And it was seen as a statement on their part that this isn't going anywhere. And we're not going to sit around and put our time and money into this process that is spinning its wheels. That was kind of the perception of those two guys quitting. So I think the tour wanted to reassure the world that, no, we are talking and things are going really great. I personally think that whatever is resolved, if there's going to be an on-course product at the end of this process, I think 2025 is an optimistic target. I don't think whatever this thing is becomes real until 2026 at the earliest. There's just not enough time to build out whatever you're going to build out and then solve that problem that you just alluded to of what do you do for the live guys who left and how do you make whole the PGA Tour players who stayed? And that's a long process. I don't know how you do that, but I feel like it's going to push this timeline back. So yeah, something could be announced, but as far as there being a product on green grass, I think 2025 is a long shot.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the 2025 tours, both of them are pretty much lined up by now. I don't know how it won't be before 2026. Okay, quickly, just curious, what is it that you're looking for when you begin your coverage, today on Westwood One? Is it a golfer? Is it a storyline? What is it that didn't happen yesterday that you're curious about today?
Well, I mean, initially, we were doing 1-minute updates twice an hour, Thursday and Friday, and then 3 times an hour on Saturday and Sunday. So we are focusing on score. We're focusing on players that are making moves. I think everybody was curious yesterday to see what Scheffler would do and what Tiger would do. And here we've gone 5 minutes without talking about Tiger Woods, how times have changed. Yeah. So, I would want to throw in, where was Tiger? At 74, he's not out of it. He's got a very good chance to play on the weekend because there's going to be a few guys hitting the eject button today. It's the nature of the U.S. Open. A little surprised, maybe I shouldn't be, about Phil Mickelson. I believe the last time I looked was DFL or close to it. He shot 79,
I think, yeah.
So, keep an eye on those guys, the players that people are going to want to hear about, and keep an eye on maybe a guy that makes a run today that is a surprise. As you said, this leaderboard is fantastic. I mean, 1 through 10, something about all of these players, and a couple of them are superstars. So I'm curious to know if that continues on Friday.
And 15 in red numbers after Thursday. We'll see how big the number is or small after today. Whit, thanks for fitting us into your very busy schedule. Have a great show tomorrow, and we'll talk soon.
Always a pleasure, guys. Thanks a lot for the time.
Whit Watson, iHeartRadio. You can listen on the app tomorrow morning, 11 a.m., 96.9 The Game in Orlando, and he's covering the U.S. Open this week for Westwood One. He covers golf year-round, whether it be the Golf Channel, NBC, or PGA Tour Live on ESPN+. Follow him on X at Real Whit Watson. So there you have it. Little U.S. Open. Great leaderboard. I mean, very few of the big names in which you're like, they're out of it. I mean, that was the PGA. There were big names in which you were like, oh, well, they're done. Miller and Moulton. Cole Cubelic coming up in 25 minutes time. John Forslund to talk a little Stanley Cup in 45 minutes.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water.
I love David's gaming chair. It's just the red racing stripe. Hey, this is a decent chance for me to quickly thank all you in the Twitch chat room, everyone for listening, following along. You guys have been supportive, making a joke at my expense. I love it. I really do. All the engagement. And I know we joke about it, but I cannot thank Mark and David enough for how much fun this has been and how much I've learned just from being around those guys and working with those guys. True pros. So thank all of you. I thank you very much. Gonna miss this place. Yes, Paul, it's a TV show. First time I got chastised. I was talking about how the NFL can't put a game on that's going to be at 6 a.m. on the West Coast. David said, Trent, the NFL doesn't give a damn about any of that. They don't care about player safety. They don't care about the fan experience. He went on this whole thing. It was great. Do we think David's coming back with food? Okay, music. There will be a lot of AC/DC playing. AC/DC, of course, Motley Crue. I don't know. Have I shown you guys my phone case? Crew. There you go, Sled Puppy. That's a good one. It's a ballad. Maybe a touch overrated, but a good song. And suiting for, it's fitting for what I'm doing, driving home. I've been talking to the Twitch chat room this entire break.
Okay. What have you been talking about?
Back and forth. Well, I don't know. We were wondering if you were going to bring any food back with you.
No, I had to say goodbye to my wife. She was headed to work. This is her 1 day a week. She works out of the house.
Aw.
So.
That's nice.
Won't see her. Yeah, we're still moderately fond of each other. So it's good.
Moderately fun. That's like somewhat successful. That's what...
in 28 years of marriage, that's what it feels like. How you guys doing? We're somewhat successful. Yeah, late in the afternoon yesterday, I almost turned on Peacock, and I said, I'm not going to do it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Cole Cubelic in a little more than 15 minutes time. We'll talk college football. Texas and Oklahoma join in the SEC officially in 2 weeks, but also just the bills that are out there, how they're going to handle the money. But we booked him, though, to talk Birmingham, San Antonio in the UFL championship, baby. 5 o'clock Sunday on Fox. Yeah. So ESPN's Cole Cubelic to join us in about 15 minutes. All right, Trent, you ready?
Sure.
I provide the questions, you provide the answers. Is there a quarterback who is expecting a new contract within the next year that you would not pay the going rate to? Dak Prescott.
I would not.
So if you're the Cowboys, you've put all your chips in on this year with your coach, your quarterback, and either they deliver, and I think at this point, delivering means getting to the NFC Championship game, at least someplace they haven't been in almost 30 years. So your feeling about both McCarthy, but I asked you about Prescott, is deliver or we're moving on.
Yes, and it's the key word is deliver, but you got to break down what that means for the Cowboys. It's NFC Championship game at the very least, or you didn't deliver. Point blank, period. They don't care about winning the NFC East. They've done that over the last half decade with Dak Prescott and this core of people.
His division record is great. He's only lost 8 division games.
So they're in such a weird space, David, because it literally does not matter what they do in the regular season. They could go 9-8. If they make it to the NFC Championship game, that will be a smashing success. They could also go 17-0, and if they lose their first playoff game or get bounced like they did last season, get crushed by a Packers team that on paper you're better than, failure.
So you're putting basically Dak Prescott's future is not how he performs, it's how the team performs.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's where you are with Dak.
Team game, yes.
You do know your alternative. I mean, and listen, Mark's right there with you, by the way. He's not a Dak guy. He would not pay Dak. But just so you know, your alternatives are right now on the roster are Cooper Rush or Trey Lance. The only good thing I can say about Trey Lance, he is younger than both Bo Nix and Michael Penix. Okay, I mean, that is, so if you're wondering just how big of a ball of clay is Trey Lance, that's how big of a ball of clay he is. He's actually younger than two of the guys who were taken in the first round in the draft this year.
And you could argue that his one chance, quote unquote, that he got, I mean, he broke his leg in the second game of the season, right? Lost the first game in a monsoon, and then the second game of the season broke his leg. So he really, I don't want to say he hasn't gotten a fair shake, but if you're looking at the Cowboys quarterback room, David, I just don't think this Cowboys team,
that's fair,
/ Dak, they haven't proven anything. They haven't earned anything.
Well, I mean, he's proven he's a good quarterback.
Good.
Okay? It's just, well, I mean, listen, I don't know how much better than good Jared Goff is. Okay. Right now, you're getting good Jared Goff. You're getting very good Jared Goff. Okay. Rams couldn't run him out of town fast enough within 2 years of him taking them to a Super Bowl. So you know how we feel about quarterbacks. We're very moody. We're very temperamental.
Yes.
There's obviously no debate with Brock Purdy, right? That's
well, see, that's a case in point. I think Dak's actually better than Brock Purdy, but Brock Purdy's earned it. He's earned it.
Yeah, I don't.
And we don't have to have that debate, but you go to the Super Bowl, I mean, yeah, you're going to get paid. Point blank, right?
Well, I think so, especially since they got rid of Trey Lance, or the guy they gave him 3 first-round picks to draft. I mean, yeah. In fact, if Brock Purdy keeps saying no, I'm trying to figure out when the Niners think they have the leverage. What if the Niners offer him the Trevor Lawrence deal and Brock Purdy goes no? What are the Niners going to say? Excuse me. Seriously. What Purdy looks right at him and goes, yeah, I know I was the last pick and he was the first pick. I don't know what to tell you. Take a look at our NFL resumes. I'm better. So it can't be a dime less than Trevor Lawrence. Don't know what to tell you. The Trevor Lawrence deal doesn't work for me.
This is where it's interesting because you brought this up earlier. Whenever the Chiefs choose to get this done with Pat Mahomes, I understand no one's up to par with him, of course, but that is really going to throw a monkey wrench into this situation because he gets, like you said, that first digit might be a 6.
Oh, it's going to be a 6.
It's going to be a 6. And at that point, you're not playing the game of I need more than Pat Mahomes. You're playing how close to Mahomes can I get? Can I get 58? Can I get 57? It's going to get really interesting here over the next couple of years.
All right. Jordan Love. Now, this to me, very interesting here. Let's go back a little over a year. Jordan Love was in, do we pick up 50-year option territory? And the Packers said no. But instead of Jordan Love entering last year a 1-year prove-it situation, they said to him, tell you what we'll do. We'll give you a 2-year deal in which you could make less money than what you would have made if we do it 1 year, prove it, you're going to get 40+ million. But if you have a bad year, you get hurt, you're screwed. So how about we do this? How about we do like 2 for around 50? And this way you can relax. It's your job for 2 years. We know we've got you. You know you're here. And let's just go play out the 2 years and see where we're at. Well, year 1 was last year. Jordan Love more than earned his money.
Yes, he did.
So now here he is. And so now, if you're the Packers, of course, you're wanting to sign him to a Baker Mayfield deal, a Daniel Jones deal. Jordan Love's looking around going, yeah, actually, I'm thinking mid-50s.
Yeah, and he's to your point, I think he's earned that. You curb stomp the Cowboys, you win a playoff game. You're right there, basically almost.
Which is funny. I'll say it again, though. I saw him 3 times so far. 3 times. He's been outplayed all 3 times. Tommy Cutlets outplayed him in December of last year. He did. He outplayed him.
He sure did.
And 5 weeks later, they're housing the Cowboys. But I'm telling you, the best quarterback on the field the second Monday in December last year was Tommy Cutlets.
So this is where, ironically, David, I almost think Jordan Love is Dak Prescott 5 years ago. Like, I think you have to give him the money because he's proven enough to this point, but I don't know how it's going to age, if you know what I mean.
Okay, but I mean, your idea of the money, and by you, I mean the Packers, is 40-ish between Daniel Jones and Kirk Cousins. Cousins at 45. Okay. Well, Jordan Love and his agent's idea of the money is not a dime less than Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, right.
So that's a $10 million a year difference for 5 years. That's $200 million guaranteed, Trevor Lawrence, by the way. You know where I'm getting at here. I mean, if you're the Packers, if Jordan Love plays business hardball, which he should, okay, you going to pay it?
He's going to get 50. What did Jared Goff get? 52?
53.
53. I think Love is right in that ballpark. 51, 52.
So
53.
you're paying it, no questions asked.
I will.
Don't you think Tua, very quickly?
Yes.
I mean, Tua's going to look at the Dolphins and go, well, not a dime less than Trevor.
David, you and Mark have talked ad nauseum over the last, X amount of months just about how, for whatever reason, Dolphin fan they can't take that leap with Tua. Tua's more than earned that money. He just played a full season,
But you know why? They feel about him the way Cowboys fans feel about Dak.
Sure.
Okay. We want postseason success. We haven't won a playoff game in damn near a quarter century. Win in January. Beat the Bills.
Right. And I guess what makes the Dolphins situation unique is they were right there, a game away from winning the division last season. So if you're asking about quarterbacks, what's the alternative? You can't get rid of Tua.
I understand, but now the price to keep them, look at what the price is. The price a year ago was in the low 40s. The price now is the low to mid 50s.
Take the plunge.
Tua, Dak, Purdy, Jordan Love, Miller and Moulton. Coming up, Cole Cubelic. We'll switch to college football next.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf.
Sonny, I don't know if we think Jordan Love's better than Deshaun Watson, but I think he's going to get paid better. And Deshaun got 46. Now, Deshaun got the whole thing guaranteed. So his guaranteed money is still the most because it was 230. But Which, by the way, that's if I'm the Packers, that's what I would do with Jordan Love. I would say, listen, we're not paying you Trevor Lawrence money, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to fully guarantee the deal. I'm going to give you the Kirk Cousins contract. I'll give you 4 for 180. I'll guarantee the whole thing. What do you say?
That angle is really interesting because some players would rather have that.
Well, I mean,
It's guaranteed.
Thank you.
Not for long, NFL, right?
Right. I mean, now 200 of Trevor's 275 is guaranteed, but still, I mean, that means that what? Over a quarter of the contract is not guaranteed.
Yeah.
Now, he also got 142 million of it up front when he signs.
Yeah, how do you turn that down? You can't.
No.
No way. Sonny, I say Oilers only because I think the Mavs lose tonight. Sweep. Celtics money line has decent value for how much they've dominated the series.
What do you mean? Which of these quarterbacks you listed would have signed before Trevor? Well, none of them did, obviously. So I don't quite understand. Yeah, no, there's no doubt. They know there's more money to be made by. I do think Tua would have signed at the Dolphins, who apparently are trying to incentivize it based on durability. I think Tua would have signed for less than what Trevor just signed for if they had gotten it, if they had put more guarantees in the deal. The Baker contract looked great 2 months ago. It looks amazing now. I can't believe they got him for less than Daniel Jones. Can't believe it. He's getting ready for his Yeah, Irish. I think he's better than that. All right. I mean, there's no doubt he's still a lot of potential. But first off, I do think you got to throw his rookie season out. Horribly coached, the whole Urban fiasco. His second season was good. And then he was doing really well last year until he got hurt. And the guys around him got hurt. So, we'll see. Could be a mistake.
Got him. Here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, and our next guest is getting ready for his show and is kind enough to squeeze us in. He's called Cubelic. You know him, ESPN, SEC Network. He also covers the UFL, which is one of the reasons why we invited him on. He is part of, I would say, the best sports radio station in the country, Jocks 94.5 in Birmingham. He and Greg McElroy will begin their show in 20 minutes. You can follow Cole on X at Cole Cubelic. Cole, it's David. Thanks for your time. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, David. I think you're the first person I've heard call it X in public. So congratulations on that.
We called it Twix for a long time. We were hoping that would catch on. Twitter, X, Twix. People liked it but wouldn't use it, which I didn't understand. But hey, so how big a deal are the Stallions in Birmingham? I mean, let us know. I mean, is the community all in, semi-in, interested? Not really. How big are the Stallions in Birmingham?
I think they have a core fan base that's pretty good. I think there's a potentially growing fan base that doesn't know about the team just yet, that would probably be into it, that would want to go to games. I'll give you a perfect example. I've worked the game here in Birmingham the last 2 weeks. And I go to my Sunday school class, and one of my buddies that brought his kids with my kids, they kind of start talking about it with a few other people in the Sunday school class. And they're like, whoa, is that for retired NFL players? Like, where do they play? Well, how much longer is the season? It's like, well, the regular season's over. That was the first round of the playoffs. So you missed it this time, but maybe catch it next year. So I just think there's a lot of people that still don't know about it, but there are a lot of football fans maybe or people that would want to watch football that if they knew about it would be into it. But yeah, average about 10,000 fans a game, which I think is pretty good. It could definitely be better. First season back in Birmingham, they did much better than that. And I think there are still some fans in Birmingham that just feel like they're kind of scorned. They feel like they've been burned by so many different spring leagues, be it the World League, the original XFL, what have you, that they're just going to be super patient before they really get invested in it. But you go look at the TV ratings, per household, the household shares in Birmingham are better than anywhere. So there are a lot of people that watch it.
Well, I don't have to explain to you, and been trying to tell our audience for a long time, there may not be better football fans than Birmingham. It's the number one college football market in the country, and it probably is, if not the best UFL market in the country as well. All right, quick preview then. It's 5 o'clock Sunday if you're interested. Been drawing about 1 million viewers a game the UFL has so far this year. 5 o'clock, I believe, on Fox Sunday. Birmingham and San Antonio. Give us the matchup quickly.
Well, it's going to be really interesting to watch the quarterback situation for Birmingham. Matt Corral comes into the game, former Ole Miss quarterback drafted by the Carolina Panthers, and he leads Birmingham back. The offense had been kind of stagnant the last 2 weeks under Adrian Martinez, former Nebraska, Kansas State quarterback, who, by the way, is the league MVP. Birmingham does a nice job spreading the ball around, whether it's Amari Rogers, Deion Kane, Jay Sternberger, Benjamin Victor, Marlon Williams. They don't really rely on one person through the air. Tight ends have been big outside Sternberger. Jordan Thomas was good last week. So they do a nice job just kind of taking what the defense gives them, finding different matchups. The offensive line's been great. I think their center, Cole Snyder's been one of the better players in the league this year. But they got to figure out quarterback because Adrian Martinez has not looked comfortable the last 2 weeks. Skip Holt says he's going to give him the start. We'll see how long that goes. And this is a San Antonio front that can flat get after you. They can rush the passer. Devontae Scott is long and twitchy off the edge. Prince Emili played his college football at Penn, is a terror inside. He's about 6'1", 295, 300 pounds, like the worst kind of D tackle you could face off against, that low center of gravity, wide but quick. He can get to the quarterback. Wyatt Ray can get to the quarterback. So whoever's at quarterback for Birmingham, they have to do a good job of offsetting this pass rush that San Antonio is going to come after you with. And it's still at its core, your head coach is still going to have his fingerprints on your defense. So Wade Phillips is going to bring pressure. It's going to be there. It's going to be a real thing. They got to offset that as well. On the flip side, Birmingham also brings a good defensive line. They can get after the quarterback. They don't often have to blitz. They've had some issues at D coordinator. John Chavis goes out a couple of weeks ago. He's no longer their defensive coordinator. Had to shut it down with an illness, but they're a little bit different than what they have been, but they also have a very strong front four. And that San Antonio offensive line is playing great football. They were dominant against St. Louis in the semifinals last week. But the quarterback situation has been interesting for them over this year. I think they got their guy back now in Chase Garbers. but not just him. The last 2 weeks, they've had A.J. Millette back at center. They've had Greg Island back at tackle. They lost those two, I think, either week 2 or 3 of this season, and having them back up front has been massive. So I think it's whoever can just neutralize these defensive lines and whoever has probably the most consistency at quarterback. John Shea Kirkland is a big-time weapon for San Antonio. Anthony McFarland, a running back from Maryland, kind of a scat back, he is an explosive play waiting to happen. So they run A.J. Smith's kind of an air raid-based offense. They're going to push it down the field. They can go fast, utilize some tempo. So I think both teams will score. It's probably going to be a matter of there were 6 turnovers in the third quarter last week of that Birmingham-Michigan game, which that in of itself is the most turnovers in a UFL game this year. They had 8 turnovers total. So probably managing the turnovers and who can offset a quality defensive line better than the other is going to end up winning this football game.
Cole Cubelic talking a little UFL, the championship game, Birmingham, San Antonio, 5 o'clock Sunday on Fox. You can follow Cole on X at Cole Cubelic. Of course, you see and hear him on the ESPN family of networks. And tell me, in the heart of SEC country, the excitement level of adding Oklahoma and Texas.
I think there's a lot of excitement because I think a lot of people see what's happening with realignment and they don't feel like it fits or it works. And I believe most SEC fans, when they see Oklahoma and Texas, they feel like those are brands that fit. Those are teams that fit, fan bases that fit and sort of belong, even though they're not OG, I guess, but they still feel like SEC programs. And then I think there's also the realization that it just brings more quality football to your conference. So your product is going to be more valuable. Your product is going to have less lulls where you have games you're not interested in. So I think there's a lot of excitement. Now, is there as much excitement as, in Alabama, Georgia, Florida as there is in Texas and Oklahoma? No, probably not. But I think people realize it's going to be really good for the league. I think they appreciate the fact that Greg Sankey has kept it somewhat geographical and probably view it as the best country in America, no matter what.
And Cole,
conference in America. I'm sorry. America is the best country, but yeah, the best conference in America as well.
We know what you meant. Cole Cubelic, who's getting ready with Greg McElroy to begin his show in less than 15 minutes. So I'll try to keep this to 1 or 2 more questions so you can go. And we appreciate you fitting us in. Cole, I'm of the belief, if I'm Sankey, I'm not expanding further. If the ACC wants to break up and Carolina, Florida State, whatever, 16, I think, works. Maybe North Carolina, and I'd have to squeeze somebody with them. But, Cole, I don't think the Big Ten can go to 24. If I'm Sankey, I don't care. What's your thought on what the SEC should do next?
I agree with you that this should be enough. The problem is you're battling an arms race now. And that arms race is essentially how much money you have coming in from your media deal. And that's why Florida State wants out. That's why other ACC schools are looking to get out. That's why schools wanted out of the Pac-12, because they saw how much further ahead other universities were going to be based on what their conference was bringing in. So if the Big Ten were to go add, let's just say Florida State and Virginia, and then grab another school out west, whatever it was, a Stanford, somehow could get Notre Dame, those media rights are going to skyrocket. And I think the SEC would feel like they had to keep up with that. And they would know that the only way to do that would be to add more teams, add more markets, have more great games. And I think we all believe this thing is pulling away from the pack, so to speak, and that there's going to be either 2 or 4 conferences left. And if it looks like it's going to be 2 that are left, you kind of have to keep up with the Joneses. So while I'm with you, that I don't really feel like there might be 2-3 other teams that I feel like would be a great fit and fun to have. I don't necessarily want that. Hell, listen, I want the old Southwest Conference back. I want the Pac-10 back. I want them. I loved it regional. I loved it when other conferences played, when the Pac-12 team played the SEC or the Big Ten played the ACC. Like, that was different. That was weird, and we were interested in it because it was different and weird. So I want to go all the way back to that. We're not going to get that again. So I do think that there is a part of just keeping up with what everybody's doing that's going to have to take place.
Final question. Are you bullish on the next 3 to 5 years, or are you worried in college football? I've
lost my sense of worry just because it's so all over the place. I don't even know what to worry about anymore. I mean, I have advisement. I have thoughts. Do I think players should become employees? No. Do I think they're getting bad advice? Yes. I mean, look at the people that are pushing them to become employees. It's not players. It's these people with these, fake, player representative companies, whatever it is, players associations that aren't real. I mean, one of them represents one team who I think did that for publicity, by the way. So there is concern about where it's headed. I think at its core, it's still going to be what we love. It's so different now. And here's the problem is everybody says, it's going to be so different this year. It's been so different the last 4 years, whether it's been the portal, whether it's been expansion, whether it's been the playoff. It has massively changed each of the last 4 years. And now we're heading into the biggest changes we've ever seen. So I have concern, but there's just too much happening and too many different things going on for me to have true worry, to be honest with you.
Cole, thanks for making time for us, especially 10 minutes before your show. Continued success with ESPN, SEC Network, and with Jocks 94.5, you and Greg McElroy in Birmingham. Happy Father's Day.
Hey, thanks. Same to you, and I appreciate you guys having me on. Hope you have a great weekend.
Cole Cubelic, follow him on X at Cole Cubelic, Cubelic. Does a tremendous job covering college football. I'm talking about it. And, Trent, in your travels, I don't know if in your travels later today and tomorrow you're going to be able to pick up 94.5. All right, Jocks 94.5 actually is what they go by. I'm telling you, I mean, you got to be into college football, but if you are remotely into college football, I can make the case it's the best sports radio station in the country.
Well, when you initially said that caught my ear. Now I'm going to have to check it out.
They do a great job.
From you, I mean that's got to be
he was middays. He was part of a 3-man show. They moved him to mornings with him and Greg McElroy. Greg, who left the national show to just do the local show in Birmingham. I mean, it's a big time lineup. It really is. They talk it if you're into it. So Cole Cubelic, kind enough to join us. And then there you go for the 4 to 7 of you who have been texting and posting in the Twitch chat room about the Spring Football League. We did 4.5 to 5 minutes on Birmingham, San Antonio, the Stallions, and the Brahmas.
We did 1 minute for every listener that will watch that game.
Exactly. Although I'm curious, it's Father's Day, 5 o'clock on a Sunday, you start flipping around. Maybe the U.S. Open's not doing it for you. And all of a sudden you go, hey, is that a football game? What the hell is this? Because remember, no hoop or hockey on Sunday. First off, it may all be over by tomorrow night.
Yes.
But there's nothing scheduled for Sunday anyway. Like, I couldn't believe that neither series was scheduled for a Sunday night.
I mean, you guys always talk about how that is the best slot in.
It's not even close. Sunday night's the best television slot. So I'm curious what's on ABC Sunday that they're not going to, they didn't schedule hockey or hoop. If I was either league, I would have been pounding the table going, no, Sunday. Now we're thinking Friday, Saturday, Monday, Tuesday. I'm sorry, what?
I need more of Moulton in TV executive meetings. Like when
you don't.
President of CBS.
No,
Sports.
you don't.
So let's just say you lose the Masters.
I'm a jerk. I am, as you referred to it, Moulton in TV executive meetings. And I don't know that it's really meetings. It's not like I'm invited into the meeting. It's Moulton with TV executive conversations. Right. And so you know me well enough by now to know I just treat it like an ongoing sports radio show. I treat Dave Burson as if he's Dave from Ann Arbor because he went to Michigan. Honestly, I'm just like, so Dave from Ann Arbor, what if I throw this scenario out at you? And he looks at me like, people don't normally talk to me this way. And I'm like, listen, 2.5 minutes. We're up against a hard break. Come on. Let's go.
I just imagine Gary. That everyone looks at Gary like, you let this guy work for you.
No. See, actually, after me, and because Gary's very strong and he's very intelligent and he's strong with his opinions, and a lot of people go to him and ask him for advice. And so actually then after I sprout my mouth off, they look at Gary and they go, well, now we know why he's with you. John Forslund talking the Panthers next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully
Remember our discussion about the CAS? Collegiate Athletic Solutions.
Right.
And they got this whole elaborate thing about how this is our mission statement. It's a bank, basically. It's rolling out money. And we wanted to call it Collegiate Athletic Solutions Holdings so that it's
Half. Wade's too old. He's in his mid-70s. And I don't think so with Skip. Skip left the college game for the spring football league game. He's done very well. And I don't think so. It's possible. I mean, Derek Dooley got assistance jobs and what have you. I mean, it's possible, but Kilos, I'm with you. And Kilos, I will say this. Like the Philly series and the Yankee series back to back, like I don't think it's that much of a difference whether you win the division or not. But I do think these two series will show you what it is that you need to acquire between now and the deadline and where you fit. Because this are arguably the three best teams in baseball, throwing the Dodgers, okay, because the Braves aren't healthy right now. And so back to back, you'll all see what it is you need. Sonny, I actually thought what Brooks did yesterday was spectacular, and I love the fact that he took the texts and then was willing to go, yeah, release these. Oh, well, we can do it via text. And then the thing he did on social media when he answered like posts and what have you, funny. Sonny, they need to hang around till they get their pitching back in the next month, but also they got to hope that some of their bats just wake up. I mean, come on. They're not going to make the playoffs if Arozarena is going to hit $170. It's just not going to happen.
Okay, I'm getting voicemail. I'm going to keep trying.
Okay.
We're back in 10 seconds.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Mark is off once again today. He'll be back on Monday. Trent filling in for the final time. And then he's getting in his car, which may not make it out of the parking lot. And he's going to try to drive it about 1,000 miles. Okay. He's headed to Nashville tonight. We think the over-under is Atlanta. Okay, but we'll keep you posted. Okay, on X over the weekend. I'll let you know how Trent's doing with his travels back home. John Forslund's kind enough to join us once again. You know how we feel about him. We think he's the best at calling hockey. He's the voice of the Seattle Kraken, Sports USA Radio Network, NHL on Turner. Follow John on X at John Forslund. John, I hope you're doing well. Are you in off-season mode yet? Are you vacationing? Are you in warm climate?
Well, great to be with you both again, boys. I'm in North Carolina. It's hot in the shadows of Pinehurst. I'm not there, but I'm watching the tournament. And I guess that means I'm bridging the gap from the season to the off season. So it looks like we'll have another game tomorrow that we'll see where this thing goes. But the Panthers have been absolutely stellar. And it's unfortunate for the hockey world. It's a short series, but good for them.
Your thoughts so far watching it, okay? What, if anything, has surprised you?
Well, it is surprising and it's not, okay? Because I think what happens here is the same thing that happened last year. When you get a team at this level, at this point in the season, that's playing at the level that they are, that believe in each other, that have a system that they feel is flawless, which the Panthers do and Vegas did last year, basically injury-free, against a team that is breaking down in front of our eyes, fronted by two of the best players in the world. And if that happens and you make Edmonton look like they've looked so far in the 3 games, that means you're a great team and you're worthy of the Stanley Cup. So Florida's on their way. Does it happen tomorrow? Who knows? We never know those answers, but it will happen because they deserve it. And, they have the balance, they have the structure, they have the coaching, they have the goaltending, everything you need. They have all the recipes in place to be a winner.
John, what have the Panthers done? Because you did a lot of Edmonton's games in the first 3 rounds of the playoffs. Dallas is a great skating team. So now we know Florida is more physical than Dallas, but what has Florida done to Edmonton in which you're like, wow, Dallas couldn't do that 2 weeks ago?
Well, the thing about this is, no matter how quick you are, no matter how fast you want to play, quote unquote, like the coaches like to say nowadays, if you can't get started, you can't become a fast team. And Florida's forecheck is exemplary. It's if you look at the goals that were scored in the second period last night, sure, there's mistakes made by a goalie that can't handle the puck in back of the goal, a defenseman along the wall that's not ready for the flub, blown coverage in front by another defenseman in Darnell Nurse. But, in all 3 of those goals in the second period, it was a different defense pair that was out there for Edmonton. So you can't pin it on a weak link. What you pin it on is outstanding forechecking. They get it deep. They make it impossible for Edmonton to break it out. And when Edmonton attempts to break it out, the only option they have is to rim it along the boards. If they rim it along the boards are usually sealed by 1 or 2 players. They kick it right back in again. They jump on their forecheck, they jump on a mistake, and they score. And then when they get the lead, they suffocate you through the middle of the ice. And that's due in large part to the forechecking that I'm talking about. And if you do get opportunities, then there's Bob, right? So then there's Bobrovsky. This is a clinic right now, what we're watching. Good for the Florida Panthers organization because they've built a strong team that can beat you, like we've talked about along the way here, guys, a variety of different ways. And that's what's going to make them a winner.
John Forslund, the voice of the Seattle Kraken, the NHL on TNT and Sports USA Radio. Follow him on X at John Forslund. Sports is awesome, and boy, sports can be cruel. I mean, you never know, John, if Connor McDavid's going to be back in the finals. Marino got 1 Super Bowl. Mike Trout's had 1 playoff series. I mean, he's been in the league, 9 years to get to here? I mean, this is – sports can be beautiful and cruel at the same time, can it?
It is, and it depends on the personality of the athlete, and how they handle it. And Connor right now is, I feel for him. I've been around him quite a bit, not only in the playoffs, but had them quite a bit nationally. Turner made the decision during last off season. We got to get Edmonton on more. So Eddie Olczyk and I went in 3 or 4 times during the regular season, did some Wednesday night games, and we got some individual time with Connor McDavid. And he's one guy that's a superstar that, carries a lot of burden. I mean, I don't know, and I think a lot of it's self-induced. I think it will be released once he wins the cup. But it's wearing on him, and you can see that. And his running mate Leon Draisaitl's pointless in 3 games. I don't know if he's injured or not, but he doesn't look to be the same player. I think they have another window next year, the 2 of them together. After next season, I'm not sure if Edmonton, with the salary cap, can keep everybody. So they're going to break it up at some point. Every athlete is usually marked by a championship. That's not always the case. We've seen great athletes, Hall of Fame caliber athletes, not win a championship, but it sure does help. And it sure does validate everything. And it's right now the expectation in that city. And so I think Connor's carrying a lot of weight on his shoulders. It's starting to show. In the second game of the series, he was visibly frustrated on the ice, which is tough to watch. Last night, he tried to make things happen when they were trying to stage a comeback, and that was good. But it's not a one-man show. I mean, hockey is a lot like football, ultimate team games. You got to have everybody. And even though we don't notice them all, players that do fine details that don't show up as statistically are just as important. Only the guys in the room know that. And that's what Florida has right now. They're bound. Their third line, like Lundell, Lusterin, and Tarasenko, have been absolutely great in this series and throughout the playoffs. And that's the difference. When you look at the bottom 6 of the Edmonton forward group, there's nothing there. And that has nothing to do with Connor McDavid, although he'll receive a lot of the blame because of his stature.
And, Tarasenko may just be that, a rental, but I mean, John, you know even better than us. I mean, how many teams that Tarasenko would be a third line winger for in the league? I don't know if there's another one.
No, there isn't, and if not for some real serious shoulder problems, this guy was on his way to being a superstar, and he's an excellent player.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong, but he could be at another level goal scoring wise. That when he was younger with the Blues, that's where it was trending. This is a tribute to Bill Zito and his staff and what they've been able to do. They've made all the right moves. They've adjusted their team, and I hope the league is watching this. I hope they understand that, we got a generation of skilled players that are going to get drafted, and that's what we've seen over the last 10 years. That's the way the kids are being trained. But you still need to look long and hard when you're doing your scouting, whether it be pro scouting or your amateur scouting, at players that can bring you a level of heaviness to the game. Because it wins. It won for Vegas last year, and it's going to win this year for Florida. And it'll be better for hockey, in my opinion, and I think you guys will agree as old school, viewers of this great game. You got to have it. You just cannot get involved in these skating contests that we see at times during the regular season. It bores the game down, and I don't think it's good for fans. But what we're seeing with Florida is a total game. They have a high level of skill. That's pretty obvious. But they have a heaviness. And I'm not talking about just going out there and banging bodies recklessly. I'm talking about leaning on players defensively and bringing to the game what Alexander Barkov delivers. That's why they're going to win. That's what Patrice Bergeron did for years. That's what Andrei Kopitar's done for years. You get a heavy center that's as good offensively as they are, maybe better defensively. And that's the case with Sasha. That determines whether you're a winner or not. And that still wins in hockey. There's no question.
Well, and when Tampa had their long run, also Tampa could play heavy. They had a lot of speed, but Tampa also had a heaviness to them. John, final question. You had mentioned, Edmonton's window. Everybody's talking about, I'm a Rangers fan, the Rangers window with their core. John, I look at the Panthers. He's got the overwhelming guts of that team. Bobrovsky's under contract for 2 more years, but the guts of that team's under contract for 3 to 5 more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they've got some guys. Lundell is a quietly a budding star. Player's a first round pick that is really special, and their decor, relatively in place. The goaltending you mentioned, the rest of the players, it's a good organization. Bill Zito worked a long time and did it the right way. Player agent, real good assistant general manager with Columbus, student of the game. He surrounded himself by some really good people. Paul's gone in and really done a remarkable job just getting his point through. And he's finally, again, they got to get it done, obviously, but it would be a shocker if they collapse. Paul Maurice, I'm quite familiar with from all the years in Carolina. Once he sells his message, which he's done with this group, you're tough to beat, because it's a hard way to play. The Panthers before he got there were kind of more freewheeling. Andrew Burnett, who's proven to be an excellent coach, did a nice job, but it was a different style. It was a style that wasn't going to beat Tampa. That's proven with the 4-game sweep, but they put a ton of points on the board. They were exciting to watch. Paul dialed it back a little bit and had a struggle with it his first year until they squeaked in. And then when they got into the playoffs, you see what happened. This season, they just decided, from day one of camp, we're going to play this way. Good for him, because that's a coach's job at this level, to sell that style, get a buy-in, get a total buy-in. And at the pro level, that's what it takes. It doesn't always happen. And it hasn't always happened for Paul over his 26th season. So he's worked a long time for this.
John, enjoy your off season. I hope we can talk again sooner rather than later, but be safe and be well. And thanks for all that you contribute to our show.
Thanks, guys. Anytime. And be happy to come on again. Don't worry about that. Thank you.
John Forslund, voice of the Seattle Kraken, the NHL on Turner, Sports USA Radio Network. Follow him on X at John Forslund, Forslund.
He's fantastic.
Oh, I so wish he was calling the finals.
Well, like you said earlier, you can listen to him read license plates.
I could, but also his enthusiasm level is
Yes.
It's a little better than what we're listening to in the finals. Okay, the first goal last night, the play-by-play, Sean McDonough nearly missed it last night. It's just some people really like his style, which is different from most hockey guys. To me, he sounds like he's doing a baseball game.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping,
Luke Combs dropped a new album. I'll be listening to that today. And Lord knows, if and when I get to Nashville, I'll hear it downtown, all over the place.
Yeah, you know what I wondered last night, Realtor Clark and others, is, in Florida, he was in the crowd. They moved him down mid-level, and I wonder, a lot of noise around you, and as a broadcaster, sometimes you then feel as if I've got to be louder, and in Sean's case, that made him more energetic. And in Edmonton, he was up in a booth. And I just wonder if, some people like him, though. Some people like the, you don't have to describe everything to me, I'm seeing it style. He's conversational. Some people I know who are into hockey like it. I don't. I don't. I just tell them, I go, hey, that's the beautiful thing. We all like certain announcers and we don't like certain announcers. And Sean McDonough on college football, baseball, terrific.
Oh, dude,
college basketball, tremendous on college basketball. That 6 overtime Big East tournament game that he did with Billis should have won an Emmy. He was amazing. I just don't think hockey's his thing.
All I think of with Sean McDonough is, he has trouble with the snap. Losing my mind, 16 years old. Oh,
the block punt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michigan State, 2016. I think that was 2015, technically. Do you like Costas?
Well, the only play-by-play he really did was baseball.
Yeah. But my brothers and I have some funny jokes about Costas.
He was a very good studio host.
Yeah. You ever meet him?
Once. It was very short.
Okay.
He was nice enough.
That's good.
Didn't have to be, but.
Have you met Billis?
I don't think so, no.
I'm a huge Billis fan.
I've interviewed him, though, on some Sirius XM shows that I did.
Okay.
I've interviewed him.
Have you ever interviewed Klatt? That's my claim to fame.
Oh, yeah. I know. I met Klatt. I worked golf with Klatt.
Nice.
Klatt did, and Klatt actually toyed with the idea of wanting to hire me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no. Joel's a great guy. He's just as he appears on air. Joel's
took the time out to do our interview, student radio at Big Ten Media Days. It wasn't on his schedule, and he gave us 15 minutes just out of his own time. It was awesome. Okay, here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
It's 21 minutes past the hour. Mike DiRocco, who covers the Jags for ESPN.com. Think about, I'm going to actually get into this with Mike. I don't know Mike. We've only talked a couple times, but I mean, come on. We all have schedules. We all have things, Mike had to think, well, OTA's on Wednesday. I pound out my story, and then beginning Thursday, the 13th. I mean, everybody's leaving town. I got some time off, and I'm just wondering, was he on Jacksonville Beach yesterday when all of a sudden it's like, I don't think he was, because actually he and Adam Schefter were reporting it together. Okay. Schefter in his reporting was using information from Mike. So, but I think Mike was like 12 to 18 hours away from being in a very dangerous spot where he's on vacation and Trevor Lawrence signs for a bazillion. And it's like, blank. I gotta go.
Well, at least he would have. At least he would have done it. And
Yes.
duty calls and he would have been there, unlike a guy named Aaron Rodgers, who was in a very similar situation. I had to.
I do think those Saleh kind of hosed Rodgers. I mean, they talked it over. Saleh then tried to say, listen, this isn't a surprise to us. We knew what was going to happen. I mean, he could have easily said, yeah, he's not here. It's excused. He's got something going on.
But it's not excused.
Well, he could have said, Trent, okay, we have tried to teach you so much in a short period of time. And you have literally written certain things down. You're such a nice person, and you're still young enough to believe that everyone tells the truth. Okay. You lie. Part of being a general manager and a coach and a player is lying. You look right at them and you lie. Okay.
But isn't Robert Saleh, as the head coach of this organization, a little bit entitled to being upset about this? Just a little. And therefore, why should he fake it? David, you and I both know nothing is more irritating than getting up and doing the rehearsed skit at the podium. He was real. He said, yep, this was unexcused. And if he's allowed to be, I just think he's allowed to be a little upset about it. That's all I'm saying.
And listen, before I challenge anything you just said, I just have two quick questions for you. Who's the head coach of the Lakers? Is it LeBron James or is it somebody else?
It's LeBron.
Okay. Who's running the Jets right now? Is it Robert Saleh or is it Aaron Rodgers?
It's Aaron Rodgers.
Thank you. Okay. The defense rests, Your Honor. It really. So Saleh, okay, since he literally is no more important than the third most important person in the organization, GM, quarterback, head coach in this particular sense. Now, maybe he'll get his team back in future years, but he doesn't really have it right now.
Right.
Shouldn't he then have answers ready, at the ready? I mean, isn't this where a friend of yours, a wife perhaps, somebody, should say, we need to practice what you're going to say to the media when Rodgers isn't at OTAs. No, I'm going to wing it. No. See, no. We need. What is it you're thinking of saying? I'll ask the questions. Okay, Coach. Where's number 8? Why wasn't he here? And you go, well, it was an unexcused out. No, Coach, stop right there. No. No, that's no.
Okay, but let me ask you this: what's worse? What Saleh did, which is the truth, which is, he's
that
not
whatever you're no. That is worse.
But if his excused absence is for a vacation,
no,
it's for a vacation. What kind of message is that sending?
Well, first off, he didn't say it was from a vacation. Colin Cowherd reported he's on a European vacation or whatever. Okay. He said he had something that was. Did he say it was more important to him, or he had something that was very important to him?
I think it was the latter. He said it was an important prior engagement.
Yes. Right. Can't you just say a schedule? I mean, even if you want to go so far as to just say a scheduling conflict. But once again, I would advise, if you were Saleh and I'm your buddy and we're talking this out in advance, I would say you give no specifics whatsoever. All right. Did you ever watch Derek Jeter do an interview? Michael Jordan, 20 years of interviews. They didn't say anything. They talked all the time. Okay. You need to perfect this. You're a coach. You meet with the media in New York all the time. We need to practice talking without saying anything. You got it?
This is maybe a separate rhetoric then, which is, I don't think Saleh's very fit for that job. 3 years. We had Antoine on the other day.
Antoine Staley yesterday, who said how many coaches can have 3 straight losing seasons this day and age in the NFL and get a 4th season.
Right. So I don't even know if he's a great coach. But where my opinion lies on this. It's all Aaron Rodgers driven. I just think he's narcissistic. I think
he is. Once again, you're getting bogged down in details. Okay? It doesn't matter that all of what you think is true. He can play quarterback at a high level. This is the National Football League. Nothing else matters. With all due offense, you're coach. I'm going to call you coach for the rest of this interview. Coach, with all due respect, who's more important to the team this year, you or him?
Him.
Okay. So once again, we need to work on these answers. You need to deal with your anger and frustration in private. Do you need someone to talk to? Okay, I can get you someone to talk to. Okay, Coach, once again, we're going to try it again. Coach, hey, where's Aaron? What's up? Everything okay?
He had a prior engagement, and this is excused.
No. No, that's too much information. Okay, the excused part is, listen, we knew he wasn't going to be here. Everybody knew he wasn't going to be here, which, by the way, technically is the truth, because apparently he told them about 13 minutes before they walked out on the field that, hey, number 8's not going to be there.
And to be fair, you are allowed to do that. Like we've talked about, the Jags did it with Trevor Lawrence. They said you don't even have to be here.
Yeah, that's the other thing the Jets could have done. The Jets could have said it was excused. He's been here for all the workouts and what have you. Okay. And I know we have new players, but trust me, we're comfortable. And actually, the reps because they brought in a new backup and what have you, the reps, it was excused. And that's the other thing the Jets literally could have said, listen, the Jags are doing the same thing with Trevor Lawrence. Okay. All right. These 2 days are more important for some people over others. All right.
So listen, I'm probably in the minority here because everything you just said is true. I get it. And I do poke fun because I have anti-Aaron Rodgers bias because I can't stand him.
No.
But it comes across as a little bit disingenuous and unserious to me when you're saying you want to win MVP,
Yes.
you're title contenders, and you don't show up to mandatory minicamp.
Okay, and it's the second week of June. I got to admit, it's the second week of June. It's not the second week of September. Okay? It's not even the second week of August. It's the second week of June. I don't even know if you're allowed to tackle someone. Hell, Jags do their OTAs. They're not even wearing helmets. Come on now.
The holier than thou shtick is just so old to me with that guy. It's so old.
I'm telling you, I would have verbally bludgeoned you in this role play that we would have done. Okay. By the time we were done, you would have been in a fetal position in the corner.
Because I gave too much information?
Oh, every single time. Every single time. I mean, are we going to have to rehearse the answers? That's what I would have been saying to you. How close are we to rehearsing the answers, in which I'm literally giving you the answers? Okay, you're like a politician. Here's the script. Here are the key phrases. Just repeat them over and over. I would show you the scene in Bull Durham. Know your cliches. Love your cliches. Embrace your cliches.
He needs to go sit down with Bill Belichick. Robert Saleh does. Bill's got time.
I don't know. He's traveling the world. He's being honored. I mean, he's going to have a great year. All right. Trevor got paid. We'll talk about it next.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples
Okay. Realtor Clark. I am not saying he's going to forget how to throw a football. I know it. I understand. I understand. But I would challenge you on what evidence do we have that a 40-year-old coming off an Achilles injury is going to be an MVP caliber player, which is his own words. What evidence?
Realtor Clark, I have your back on this whole thing. Okay. And besides, he's gone in an hour and a half. Okay. We may never hear from him again. Okay.
It's just a bad look.
Realtor Clark, you and me. Here we go. You and me right here. Yep, we're good. By the way, Rory and DeChambeau with early bogeys. All right.
Chiefs fan. Nice. Congratulations. Your fandom has gone pretty well for you the last 5 years.
Yeah, doing okay these last 6-7 years.
You're doing fine.
That Mahomes trade up in the first round seems to have worked out okay.
We got any Bears fans in the chat room?
By the way, I believe it is Mike DiRocco that we're bringing on the air. If by chance it's DiRocco, just give me this signal, O, not a Caitlin Clark heart. Just give me the O.
Audible.
Okay. That, when you give me the thumbs up, just go like that, and I'll know that means DiRocco. But we've had him on before. I'm pretty sure it's DiRocco. I hate mispronouncing because I've been on a few shows and people mispronounce my name, and it drives me nuts.
It's like one of my friends. He was talking about this show when I first took this job way back, and he goes, Miller and Moulton?
Exactly. Please, the executive producer of college football on CBS calls me Moulton. Knows it's not my name. Calls me Moulton. What can I do? He's the executive producer. Although, actually, once I realized that there are really two networks that I work for, and they're called Troy and Gary, that was a very dangerous. Once I realized that, just like I used to work for the Buck Network, man. Exactly. Bring your ass, Moulton.
You haven't said that in a while.
No. That's why we needed Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves in the finals.
Luca's about to bring your ass to Cancun.
Or to the buffet.
Yeah.
Have another donut.
Smoke another dart.
Yeah, exactly. Go home to I say, honey, don't know how to tell you this, but we're now Moulton. Don't you think that that's how Brett? I mean, do we really think Favre that his dad? It was always Favre. I mean, it's Favre. I mean, don't you think at some point they said we got to switch this around?
I've never understood that. Like, it's not Favre. How is it Favre?
It's Favre, right?
Right.
But so. I'm with you, Feeney. Instead of CYA, it's BYA. Yeah, I will say, Feeney, I stopped on that one. I just said, listen, everybody, Tua, we know who we're talking about here. Tua.
I'm calling him back. Hang on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Jam-packed show. Good Friday, ending with a lot of energy. A lot to talk about, even if both finals could end up being sweeps. By the way, we haven't had that in nearly 30 years. 95 is the last time we had both the NBA and NHL finals end up as sweeps. Haven't had a Stanley Cup final be a sweep this century. So there. But hoop tonight, hockey tomorrow. We'll see if we have any to talk about next week, but we have plenty of football to talk about. And Mike DiRocco was involved in the biggest damn story of the day, arguably, in sports yesterday. Trevor Lawrence getting paid. Mike covers the Jags for ESPN. Follow him on X at ESPN DiRocco, DiRocco. Mike, it's David. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you today?
Well, Mike, we don't know each other well. We've only talked a few times, but I was thinking of you yesterday because as the story is breaking, the first post I saw was from Schefter. But then shortly after that, I realized you two were working on the story together. And all I could think of was, since OTAs were done, you were thinking yesterday was the first day of your summer vacation and you were like on Jacksonville Beach. And all of a sudden the story broke and I went, oh my God, Mike's going to stab someone in the neck. So I was worried about you for a second, but then I realized, oh no, wait, you and Schefter are working this sucker together. He's put his vacation off for another day.
Yeah, I actually had a commitment I was at last evening, and it happened just, I want to say, like maybe 5 minutes before the commitment started, and I was like, oh great, that's exactly how this always seems to work. So
right.
Yeah, it was a pretty quick turnaround for us. I mean, luckily I had, we've known this has been in the works for a while. Obviously they've all been talking about it. So I had some stuff pre-written, so it wasn't as bad as it absolutely could have been. But yeah, it just before 7 p.m. last night,
Yep.
and then we managed to turn it around pretty quickly. So
yes.
And at least now it's over, so that, in the middle of July, when I am not even in town, and I don't have to worry about anything happening at that point.
Mike DiRocco covers the Jags for ESPN, ESPN.com. Follow him on X at ESPN DiRocco. Any part of this deal, the length of it, the 55 per, the upfront money, the guaranteed money, any part of this surprising to you?
Not at all. Look, that's the going rate for franchise quarterback, and the Jaguars completely believe that Trevor Lawrence is a franchise quarterback. He's played like it at times. I had done a story, I want to say 2 or 3 weeks ago about what a potential contract could look like. And I had, an executive in the NFL tell me he thought it would be in that 53 to 55 range. And I'm like, so 54. I don't know why people can't just say 54, but so they thought $54 million a year would be maybe what he got, because, man, you don't really think that he would be tied with Joe Burrow in terms of average annual salary, highest in the NFL. And, they were $1 million off. So $200 million guaranteed, $142 million fully guaranteed. I thought that maybe the signing bonus would be a little bit higher. I think it was 37.5. Is what the signing bonus will be. But the way the Jags are structuring this, obviously we have to wait until the contract's filed to see it, but it doesn't kick in until 2026. So, he'd play under his salary this year, and then he would play for the 5th-year option in 2025, and then this kicks in. So in reality, it's essentially almost a 7-year extension, gets him through 2030, and it won't be, if you figure it out over the 7 years, it's probably not going to be in that 55 range. It's going to be more in that 44, 45 range, which sounds a little bit more reasonable. But, $37.5 million, while it's not the 72 or 78 million, I can't remember exactly what the number was that Jared Goff got at signing, it's still a pretty decent check to go ahead and deposit in the old Wells Fargo account there.
Also, and Mike, this is what struck me. I've been living in Jacksonville for almost 2 years now. And what has struck me is he's it here. And that you realize if you've just moved into the area, they've never had one of these before. This is the only
No.
game in town, even though there's two major universities and, there's a really good hockey team, AAA baseball, the whole deal. But, there's one major league town. It's been in town 30 years. They've never had one of these before.
Nope. I mean, Mark Brunell was the guy at the beginning of the franchise in 95, 96, and he had, a really good run. Those 5-6 years there, where he was at the top of the game and one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. And, he's in the pride of the Jaguars. His name number is up there inside the stadium. So, but, since then, it's been a lot of other stuff. I mean, that's really the only way to talk about it. And, Blake Bortles, Byron Leftwich, David Garrard, they all had their moments and all had their, contracts. Well, I guess David and Blake are the only ones that got a contract extension. Byron didn't. But Trevor Lawrence is by far the most talented quarterback physically that they've had here. And it's not even close. So, look, they've decided he's the franchise guy going forward. And that's the right decision to make. He's had some issues with turnovers, 60 in 3 years, so that's got to definitely change. That can't continue. But he has the arm, he has the pocket presence, he has the leadership. If you listen to Doug Peterson and Press Taylor, they've been raving about that this offseason. He has everything you want, and they've given him enough weapons, especially now with the addition of Brian Thomas, the first-round wide receiver, that he should be putting up big-time numbers. And in this day and age, if you've got a quarterback that's putting up big-time numbers, you're a team that can, I'm not going to say win a Super Bowl, but you're certainly a team that's in the mix every year. And they were last year, 8-3, fighting for the number one seed. Trevor had played really, really well to that point, and then the injuries started mounting. And we all know about losing Christian Kirk and Zay Jones last year, the receivers, and him having to rely on young guys like Parker Washington, who really wasn't sure where he was supposed to be. And then we have the injuries on the offensive line and the poor play of center Luke Fortner. So there were some mitigating circumstances in all that. Second half of the season collapsed last year, but look, he's the guy. And everybody, there are a lot of people here that think they shouldn't have paid him. There are a lot of people here that think they absolutely should have paid him, but the bottom line is the Jags did, and he's their guy, and now it's time to go and live up to that deal and go win a crap ton of games and get this team to a point where they can possibly be in the Super Bowl.
Mike DiRocco covers the Jags for ESPN and ESPN.com. Follow him on X at ESPN DiRocco, DIROCCO. You've been around Trevor, a little bit to think that, I think I understand his personality, his disposition. It's the last few years, well, his first 3 years in the league, yeah, he's faced some criticism, but a lot of it's also been deflected on the organization. Year one was a disaster because of the coach they hired, questioning of the offensive line. Does he really have a number one wide receiver? When you get paid like this, Mike, it all now starts to fall on you, even whether it's your fault or not. Do you think he's got the personality and the disposition to handle being the guy taking the heat?
Yeah, I do, because, the way I'll go back to 2021, and you mentioned it was a disaster with Urban Meyer. But Trevor was the only guy that we got every single week. If you remember, it was still a little bit of the COVID protocol, so we weren't in the locker room anymore. We got Trevor in a press conference setting every week. And he was the only guy up there standing in front of the media with the public face of the franchise that had to handle all the questions about Urban Meyer, all the questions about what happened in that bar with Urban Meyer there, that we all had, seen the video of him and the co-ed and the games that they were losing and the poor play and everything. And he stood up there every week as a rookie, and answered every single one of them. And when he got here, he was 20. I mean, he's only 24. That's what everyone, forgets. And I'm guilty of that as well. He's only 24. He doesn't turn 25 until October. So I mean, he was dealing with a lot of stuff as a rookie, and he handled it absolutely like a 5, 10, 15-year pro would. So I have no doubt now that any of the pressure that he's going to face and any of the extra scrutiny and any of the questions he's going to get, that he's going to be able to handle with no problem.
Mike, a final question. Jags blew it last year. That was their division to win. I mean, it's shocking to a lot of us. I'm sure it had to be shocking to them that they did not win the AFC South. They did not make the playoffs last year. Do you think they're going to be able to put that behind them and go back to being chip on the shoulder team? This is our division, because the only team anybody's talking about this year right now outside of Jacksonville is Houston.
Yeah, look, the Texans are the darlings right now, which is sort of the situation the Jaguars were in last year.
Right.
And for the most part, they managed to handle that with that 8-3 start, and then it did all fall apart. And, obviously all the reasons that, I mentioned. But to me, one of the things that was the most damning about that thing falling apart last year was after the final loss in Tennessee, I asked Josh Allen about what the heck has happened. And he said, look, everybody was waiting around for the spark, and it just never came. And that's what happened in 22. They got that spark, and they rode that wave and won all those games in a row, won the division, and won a playoff game. Well, that tells me that there was a leadership issue in that locker room. And if you look at what the Jaguars did this year, they brought in Mitch Morse, the center. They brought in Eric Armstead. They brought in Gabe Davis. They brought in Devin Duvernay. Those are all guys that played, Darnell Savage too. Those are all guys that played on teams that are perennial playoff teams, the Bills, the Ravens, teams that made deep runs in the playoffs, the Packers. And those are the guys that have been in those situations in December when maybe some stuff's going wrong and they're able to right the ship. And it's one thing to be the team that is hunting and being the team that's trying to pull off the comeback than it is to be the team that's the hunted. And I think that's something that the Texans are going to have to deal with this year. We'll see how they handle it. But the Jags last year, that is a motivating factor. You talk to those guys this spring, and they're all telling you, yeah, that was something we're never going to let happen again. And the Jaguars bringing in those veterans, those guys that have been in that situation before, that can sit there and grab guys by the shirt and shake them and go, hey, this is unacceptable. This is not what we do when we're trying to win a division. This stops now. This is where we got to start going. And, they feel like that's going to help significantly if they get into that position again. But you're right. It may be the most competitive division in football, because the other team no one's talking about right now are the Colts, who almost won the division without Anthony Richardson. And we all saw how dynamic he could be. So it's going to be a fun year watching this division play out.
Mike DiRocco covers the Jags, ESPN, ESPN.com. Follow him on X at ESPN DiRocco. Mike, I hesitate to say this, but enjoy some time off.
Thank you very much. We're waiting on the Trevor Lawrence press conference, which who knows when that's going to be. But after that point, yeah, it's going to be some smooth sailing for me, I hope.
All right, Mike. Be well. Thanks so much. Happy Father's Day.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Mike DiRocco, kind enough to join us. Trevor Lawrence getting the bank. Getting paid. It's a 5-year extension. Doesn't kick in until 2026. 200 of the 275 reportedly is guaranteed. So they're financially tied to him for 6 more seasons, contractually tied to him for 7.
And as you guys talked about, I mean, their season last year was derailed by his injury. Other than that, the Jags were.
Well,
he's earned this money, is my point.
In the same game, he hurt his ankle. They also lost 2 of his top 3 wide receivers. And then, oh, by the way, the line stopped being able to block for him. They were also a bad short yardage rushing team. 3rd and 1, 3rd and 1.5. They couldn't just hand the ball off and move the chains. They had to rely on Trevor to do everything, and they weren't up to it last year. So, now that you're getting paid, welcome to Justin Herbert country for Trevor Lawrence, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think you brought up a great point, David, about how the Jags as the organization have been the scapegoat for a lot of this stuff.
Yep.
You know, the lack of success, if you want to call it that. And now it's going to be Trevor because you're making that much money.
Totally. Heat falls on you. Think about it, though. Let's just say he's, a very good or even better than that quarterback. As Mike mentioned, he's 24 this year. He's going to be like 30 when it's time to renegotiate. Think of what the cap's going to be. Think about what salaries are going to be. I mean, Trevor Lawrence could earn $750 million playing football.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are
Yeah, Sonny, I don't. Well, here's also part of the problem for the Dolphins. The Dolphins are doing this a year later than the Jags are doing it with Trevor. The Jags did it 3 years into his 5-year rookie deal. You know, the Dolphins, Trevor or Tua, excuse me, is playing this year on his 5th-year option. You know, because he was in the 2020 draft, so he's already played 4 years. So, well, the thing is, Barstool Sleeper, it'll cost you more money if you wait. Now, granted, he has a disappointing year this year. You may decide to move off of it. They've obviously decided he's the guy, he's the answer. So, you know, I mean, I think, Adam, you're wrong about Trevor Lawrence. You know, hopefully we're still communicating with one another 3-4 years down the road. And, you know, we'll know which one of us is right. But, you know, I don't think the Jags will be able to do better than Trevor Lawrence in the next 3-4 years. I don't.
And that's what this has turned into, right? Like, what's the alternative? That's the big thing. Okay, I got to call somebody. Sorry. Hang on. He is requesting we call back in 5. Can we do that?
Sure.
Yeah. All right. I figured. I just wanted to make sure.
He may be at the airport. He still hasn't been able to get to Edmonton.
I'll call him at 9:06.
Call him at 9:05.
Okay. Here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour for Miller and Moulton. Mark off again today. He will be back on Monday, our final hour with Trent, maybe forever. Who knows? Who knows at this point, to be honest. But he has sat in for the last 2 days, and we're greatly appreciative of that. And he is still scheduled to get in his jalopy. By the way, is it a jalopy? I know it's 14 years old, but I mean, does it look like a jalopy?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
A car. When a car is beat up, banged up, okay, one of the words they have for it is it's a jalopy.
Yeah, that car's rusted out in the bottom.
Yes!
I don't have hubcaps on the tires. It's yeah.
Like the cars that died on me, they actually had been in accidents. Okay, my mother, I inherited a yellow 10-year-old Maverick from her. Somebody had pounded I think it was back left quarter panel in, so that was bent in. We couldn't, pay to repair it, so it would just keep rusting. Okay, it was bent in. We pulled the sheet metal, if you will, just enough away from the tires, kind of like in NASCAR. We don't cut a tire on the highway, but otherwise we're driving around with it. Okay, had a roof that had the white part of the roof completely peeled off. The rust was showing, and there were small holes that we were like putting putty on to try to cover up. Oh yeah, I had 2 of those jalopies.
Yeah, I'm not quite at that level yet, but
Okay.
after this road trip, I might be. We'll see.
First car I had, the one with the dented in rear quarter panel, the floorboard, the driver's side. Yeah, you could see the roadway. Okay, we had the stop sign flipped over, and that was the floorboard. Okay. Not the, I mean, most of the floor was there, but there was a section. There was a clear section of roadway, okay, that you could see, in which if I wanted to, I could have been the Flintstones. Could have put my feet down and, tried to pedal and get us going. Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking. The way you describe this car, okay, I'm thinking you're driving a jalopy.
It's actually been a very reliable car, except for 2 times. I've had it now for 5 years, and it's never given me any issues other than the 2 times I drove down to Florida.
So coming to work for Miller and Moulton, the car won't work. Here's what you need to do as you're pulling out of town in a couple of hours, okay, maybe forever, who knows, okay, when you're pulling out of town, you need to talk with the car, okay? And if I were you, I would do it standing on the outside of the car. Don't do it on the inside. Do it on the outside. Stand over the engine. Talk to it. Say, listen, I know you don't like Miller and Moulton. You're not alone, but we're leaving. We're leaving them behind. Okay.
Those days are over.
Yes, those days are over. I will never subject you to this again. Sitting idly by in the Florida heat, those days are over. It will get cooler from here. I promise. Just have a talk with the car.
Trust me.
If you don't think there's a thing called the sports gods, if you don't think there's a thing called the automobile gods, you're mistaken. I'm sorry. They're real.
I got an oil change. I got the battery tested. I filled her up with gas. She's ready to go. It's
That's
just a matter
all
of-
well and good. Okay. She needs some inspiration. I'm just telling you, you took her to the doctor, she passed the physical, the whole deal. That's nice. That's cute. She needs a little TLC. Okay. That's all I'm saying. She just needs a little TLC. Everybody could use a little TLC. All right. You're jalopy, if that's what it is. Okay. Just good luck with that. Hoping to catch up with Dave Hyde, tremendous columnist for the Fort Lauderdale Sun-Sentinel. And, he wrote a very funny column the other day. Funny for us to read it, not funny for him to write it. You're still in Florida, aren't you, Dave?
Well, let's update that. I am actually driving to the airport as we talk.
Okay.
And hopping on a flight, 14-hour trip to Edmonton. I told my editor, look, I'm not going to push for this, but they want me to go since they won last night, in case they can close it out on tomorrow night. So, and it's surprise, it's sunny right now in Miami. So I guess my flight's going to get off.
Well, that's fantastic. Tremendous column, as often many of yours are. Dave Hyde. You can follow him on X at Dave Hyde Sports, HYDE. This whole Florida Edmonton thing. Hopefully next time when the Panthers are in the finals, either next year or the year after, don't they need to have a series with Dallas?
You cannot imagine how hard I was rooting for Dallas over Edmonton in the Western Conference Final. What I told the NHL is, why don't you just make Vegas the permanent Western site for games and spare everybody the pain of wondering where the needle's going to land. And Edmonton, Edmonton was not on my career bucket list. I'll have to say that.
Although I'm sure you never thought in your illustrious career you'd see the Panthers win the Cup. So if they're going to do this, you'll take it wherever it is. Take us back. First off, is everything okay in South Florida with the heavy rains? Honestly, like your family, your neighborhood. I mean, is everything okay?
Yeah, we're fine. We're in normal shape. There are areas that are just drenched still and in trouble, but I would say for the most part, it's all everything's back to normal.
So when on Wednesday did you realize, holy blank, I'm not getting out of here?
Yeah, well, sitting on the tarmac for 2 hours in a plane and the pilot came on and said, there's one runway open, and it's open to accept planes that are in the air because they have obviously priority, and so because they need to land. And so we were in line, and then he came back on after a couple hours and said we had to get out of line because we were low on gas. We wouldn't make it to Denver, which was the connection to Edmonton. And then it's, you play the travel game. And so I was going to miss my Denver connection, so I booked a flight out of Fort Lauderdale. I was in Miami's airport, and then I booked out of Fort Lauderdale and for the afternoon, and that got canceled. And so, it was, and it's not like it was the airline or anything. It was just completely the weather. Everything. There were so many planes I forget how many hundreds of flights were canceled. So it was one of those travel days from hell. I looked at the good side, and the bad side was I didn't get to go to Edmonton, and the good side was I didn't get to go to Edmonton. So, but here I am driving. It just delayed the inevitable, I guess.
In all seriousness, did it surprise you when you found out that the Panthers got out? I was thinking, oh my goodness, they're going to be flying in Thursday morning, day of the game, direct. I mean, did it surprise you knowing how bad the weather was in South Florida Wednesday? It seems like one flight took off in the afternoon and evening, and it was the Panthers charter.
Yeah, there were a handful of flights that got out, and small breaks in the weather, I would assume. And think how things work, that I would assume the Panthers flight had some priority to get out. But yeah, there were a handful of flights that got little bands of little breaks in the weather, and also it depended on the direction you were going. At least I'm just relaying what the pilot told us. I assume he was right that some flights east got out and west and south weren't getting out, and but I'm sure the Panthers had some type of priority to get out.
Dave, you've covered many a championship, whether it's the Heat, whether it's the Canes. How cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs is South Florida over the Panthers? I was very impressed for what it's worth. I was at Game 6 against the Rangers, and I know that a lot of Panthers fans sold their tickets for Games 3 and 4. There were 700 Rangers fans in that building for Game 6. I turned and looked around and went, well, this is a normal arena. This is a legit fan base here. I'm just curious, how big a deal is it?
It's become a trending up story, obviously, with here they are in the Stanley Cup final. It's not it's not Edmonton's story, which is like a snow globe of the whole province on hockey, but it's trending up. You had more people at the game at the arena last night to watch the game on the Jumbotron than many games for years going to Panther games. So, like anything else, sustained success brings out the fans, and this is something the Panthers really needed for their franchise. It could only help build hockey here, and really, hockey had been beaten down here. They've gone 25 years without a playoff series win. And beyond that, they were one of those franchises that put the fun and dysfunction with all their silly stories through the years. And, you can almost put the line out when they hired Bill Zito to run the club, and his managerial decisions, and from, bringing pretty much, from most of the roster in, and hiring Paul Maurice as coach to bring in a defensive system, and that really changed things. But it's building here, but I wouldn't say it's hockey crazy just yet.
Dave, safe travels. All the best today and over the weekend, and safe travels home. And thanks so much for your time.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Dave Hyde, outstanding columnist for the South Florida Sun Sentinel. You can follow him on X at Dave Hyde, Hyde, Dave Hyde Sports, Dave Hyde Sports. Very witty columnist, by the way, if you're not familiar with his work.
And very thrilled to be in Edmonton. We're heading there.
Right. I will say, how much do you think he was rooting for the Panthers to lose game 3, but then win in 5, cover? Because if they had lost last night, it sounds like he's not getting on the plane today. But since they won, he's got to be there, in case they hoist Lord Stanley's Cup. Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best. And
coming to the court, that Butler took out that damn thing. I saw 2-3. I said, oh no, we in trouble. Superman to the building, back cat, whatever you want to call him, Jesus. We in trouble tonight. So they end up winning game. The rest of the time, this is the crazy part. Every time he wore that number, they got fined $200,000. So we end up winning 4-2 on that court. He said, oh, he kept thinking Orlando. Man, they played us in the Shaq last time in Orlando. They swept us. I never forget this. You can go back and look at the stat sheet. Jordan had 2 free throws at the end of the game. He hit the first one and missed the second one on purpose. He was like, what the fuck you doing? Somebody said, look at the scoreboard. He got 45 on the scoreboard. Round, we played.
Adam, unfortunately, I deleted the Hard Rock app, so I can't see what the boosts are today. And also, Paul, I mean, if you're asking for sober analysis of the Detroit airport, you have to ask David, because I love it there. And I'm going to tell you to pay for the lounge and the whole 9 yards.
I will say, it's a solid airport. Okay, yeah. I like the Tran, right? I do. It's a solid airport. It is.
What's your favorite airport?
I don't know if I have a favorite airport. I think favorite airport's an oxymoron.
Okay,
I really do. I can tell you the ones that I hate, because and it usually has to do with an unbelievably long walk from getting off the plane to luggage.
Oh, yeah.
The Cincinnati airport. I think I could run a marathon in less time. And the Cincinnati airport, which is in northern Kentucky. But so the Denver airport, oh my God, is it a long walk? Oh, it's a long walk, and you hop on a train a third of the way into the walk, and it's still, you feel as if it doesn't help you.
Have you been to the Nashville airport?
Yes.
BNA.
Well,
I like that one.
I will say the whole area, though, obviously is exploded, and I don't know if anything's big enough, but yeah, O'Hare's still convoluted. A lot of the airports have tried to modernize and be nicer, and
What about
O'Hare's.
LaGuardia?
Oh, I stay away from JFK and LaGuardia. Apparently, they've redone LaGuardia, and it's a palace. I mean, I have people tell me it's the best airport in the country now. It's so beautiful. I have not been since they beautified it. Adam, the thing I'll say about Dallas-Fort Worth is it takes 9 seconds to get off the plane, get your luggage, and walk outside. That they built it, they elongated it. You walk off, you literally take 12 steps. There's your luggage carousel. You get your bag, you walk out the door, you're outside. It's remarkable how they built their airport in Dallas. I forget which D.C. airport. I think it was Reagan. That's a bit of a mess. But Seattle. Oh, healthy walk in Seattle. Whoo-wee.
When you live down here, would you fly out of Punta Gorda or RSW?
No, I flew out of RSW.
Okay.
Are you kidding? How much
Well,
easier? I mean, you just,
Well, sometimes the flights are cheaper depending on where you're going. Punta Gorda.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like a jerk here, but usually I'm not paying for my flight.
Oh, right.
CBS or Fox is.
So you don't have to think about
ESPN, right? And personally, no, I'm not big on discount airlines. There are certain things I'll pay for. Landing safely. I'm a big on that. I am. I am. I put that as like my number one priority of flying.
That's up there.
Is landing safely.
Here we go.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Mark off again today. He's golfing in Michigan, which apparently Trent will be doing by Father's Day. He's out of here in about 40 minutes. He's going to sweet talk his jalopy. He's going to put gas in it, and he's going to go. He's going to try to make it to Nashville tonight. Listen, I got to tell you, I don't know what the text line says at 21,000. I can just tell you what the Twitch chat room says. We are betting the under.
I mean, you can get good value on the over.
You could. There's no doubt about it. I think you can probably get 5-1 on whether or not you make it. First off, that's 12 hours, man. I mean, it's 11 if you're booking. That's 12 hours.
It does help that you're driving into the central time zone. So
not till the very end, though.
Right.
I mean, you're
arrival
driving 10 hours before you get to the central time zone.
Right. But my arrival time, what I'm saying is it helps that I'm not going to be getting there at 1 a.m. I'll get there at midnight.
Oh, well, that's all the difference in the world.
To some people, it is.
Well, you're young enough on a Friday night. Okay, it's true. I mean, you get to Nashville at midnight. I mean, you still got about 3 more hours. You can let it rip.
Vegas.
Nash, Vegas, exactly. So we'll have a Super Bowl there probably by the end of the decade. It'll be close. They get that new stadium built. They usually give you a couple years, make sure all the warts and what have you are figured out. And then, boom, they give you a new one. Give you a Super Bowl.
That place is perfect for that, by the way. I was lucky enough to cover one SEC tournament for men's hoops at Bridgestone Arena, which is just off Broadway. And even that was outrageous. I mean, just Broadway, just peppered with all sorts of SEC. And I'm talking every single team. It wasn't just the Bama fans and the Tennessee fans. It was Vanderbilt and South Carolina and Ole Miss. Everyone's well represented. It just means more.
You know, I've heard that before. I have heard that. But Miller and Moulton on this Friday. Our poll question, which, you know, it's not a bad question. Did not do a good job promoting it today, though. Don't know if I've mentioned it in the last hour and a half. So Trevor Lawrence got paid, and we're asking you, good deal? Okay, no. Hell no, he's not worth that. Or, yeah, man, it's a going rate. 55 a year. Don't know what to tell you. Line up Dak, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Tua. Line them up. Let's go. They're getting it too.
And I think this is the old two things can be true. Is it an overpay? It's a lot of money. I don't know if it's technically an overpay given where the market is. But, David, essentially what we're seeing now is teams are paying quarterbacks because their alternative isn't any better. So you might have to reach a little bit.
Okay. Let's name the teams that have moved off of the first-round pick at quarterback because they had a plan B. Well, San Francisco, obviously. They moved off of Trey Lance because they got lucky. I mean, there's no other way to say it. Come on. You wouldn't have picked Brock Purdy with the last pick of the draft if you thought he was going to be a top 10 quarterback in the league. And you may not think of Brock Purdy as the top 10 quarterback in the league. I don't know what to tell you. He is.
He walked off the field with the lead in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I mean, he's a top 10 quarterback in the league. His accuracy is tremendous. Steve Spagnuolo said we had to change our defense because of Brock Purdy. I thought we could zone him. We couldn't. He picked us apart. We had to go to man. By the way, have you heard Spag say that about defending Burrow, Josh Allen, some of the Lamar? I'm just saying. He had to change his defense mid-second quarter of the Super Bowl because he said, yeah, he's killing us. So much for that 2-week game plan. We got to go to plan B. So, you know, and to those of you that say, no, it's an overpay, he's not worth the money. Let's just say I agree with you. Even though my answer was, hey, man, cost of doing business. And the money's not going to be nearly what you think by the time we get to the contract and what have you. But, like, there are quite a few people, since we talked a little bit about the Jags today. Oh, I never would have given Lawrence the money. Okay, tell me then. What are you doing if you're Jacksonville? Seriously. Think about where you've drafted the last 2 years. You drafted in the 20s both times, right? High teens this year. So you're going to be pretty good this year with Trevor. Let's just say you weren't going to pay him. You were going to live out these final 2 years, and in the back of your mind, you're not paying him. Well, you're still going to win games this year. You figure you're drafting high teens. You may even be drafting low 20s. Okay. And then you've got 1 year left. So in theory, aren't you going to find your replacement for Trevor Lawrence this year? Tell me how you're going to do it.
Especially, David, in this day and age when we are now seeing J.J. McCarthy go top 5. These quarterback prospects do not make it past 10.
Michael Penix went 8.
Right.
Bo Nix went 12. I mean, guys in past years who everybody associated with the NFL has said would have been taken Friday, not Thursday. So, you know, the Bears, fortunate enough because of the deal they made with Carolina, you know, even if they didn't have that deal, they would have been drafting Justin Fields' replacement at 9. Well, hell, by then, what? 5 of the quarterbacks had already been taken. So in theory, they would have had to trade up from 9 just to take who? Penix?
Bo Nix.
So, okay. San Francisco and Chicago have moved off of quarterbacks taken in the top 3. What did the Jets do? They had to go trade for Aaron Rodgers. You know, we can go down the list. What the Patriots moved off of Mac Jones, had to spend a top 3 pick. Okay, you're Dallas, you're Jacksonville, you're Miami, you're San Francisco, you're Green Bay. Are you going to be drafted in the top 5? Are you going to be drafted in the top 15? You know, so I'm fine with you saying I wouldn't have paid these guys. But what's your plan B? And your plan B at that position just can't be, I don't know, we'll think of something.
Right. And you have to be careful what you wish for. If there's one thing that we've seen over the last few years with quarterbacks, and I do think we're kind of in a unique era now where you have to pay $55 million for the insurance of having a solid quarterback.
Now, the Niners moved off Lance after year 2. That's remarkable. The Bears and the Patriots moved off of their guys, as did the Jets after year 3. That's exactly, remember, this is the Trevor Lawrence draft. He went first in the same draft as all of these quarterbacks these teams moved off of. So if you're not paying Trevor, if you're the Jags and you're not paying him, by the way, Tua is entering the final year of his contract. Jordan Love's entering the final year of his contract. I mean, there's not a lot of wiggle room here. Now, Tua can be tagged. I don't think Jordan Love can because he's already been given a contract extension.
Correct.
So, Dak can't be tagged for a couple of reasons. You want to move off of these guys? I'm fine with that. You got to at least tell us what is plan B. And you got to be all in, man. You got to be aggressive. Bears were fortunate. They ended up with the first overall pick of the draft that they could use to go to plan B. That's awesome. Very few teams are going to be in that situation.
There's also the two methods to the madness where you can draft your guy now, like Caleb Williams with the Bears, but you can also do what Lamar and Mahomes did, sit for a year. What the Falcons are trying to do with Penix, right? Sit for a year and then bring in your guy. So if you're not a Tua guy, maybe you want the Dolphins to find their young stud now.
But it's too late.
Yeah,
you would have had to get them in this draft and then sit them for a year. So, Purdy, Dak, Tua, Jordan Love. If you don't want to pay any of them, okay, I'm fine with that. I am. But so you're going to sell out to get your hands on a top 3-5 pick in next year's draft? That ain't cheap. And are you sure they can play?
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over
Sorry for mixing up the time there for a second.
No. I knew you were wrong. I had the time right in front of me. I'm like, yeah, he's off a minute. Who do I have for the soccer, the Euro Cup? That's hysterical. Michael, I've never flown into Austin. I've flown nearby and driven, but I have not flown. Austin was one of the 2 jobs my wife turned down. Oklahoma City and Austin. '03 and '06. That's why there was a big job I was up for in late '08, early '09, and it would have involved moving back to Jersey or New York, and I finished second for it. But I told her, I said, you had your 2. Third one's mine.
Adam, for the record, I got Germany. Deutschland.
Isn't it always safe to take Germany in a final?
Yeah, I mean, they're the 3rd favorite. So, I mean,
do you go?
England and France are co-favorites.
Well, you never pick England. I mean, come on.
No.
England doesn't win.
Never.
Harry Kane. Adam, I desperately want to go to a World Cup match.
Thank you, Kenneth. Very kind words. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Kenneth, and I'm not mocking you in any way, but I love the fact you use the word aspire, because he's still young enough, fresh enough that is still a word that you can associate with Trent. Can't associate that word with either Miller or Moulton anymore.
Oh,
those days have come and gone.
that's funny.
Fortunately, it's true. What do I aspire to? A nap. I have to admit, I aspire to a tremendous nap today. I do. And for the maids and the air conditioning people to show up when they're supposed to. That's how lofty my aspirations are right now.
That's hilarious. Don't come early, be on time. Adam is just Trent Bailey. All one word, no spaces. Trent, B-A-L-G-Y.
2 L's, right?
2 L's and an E. Valley
B-A-
Sports doesn't have the E.
Right. B-A-L-L-E-Y.
If I didn't have the E, I'd be a lot richer. Actually, maybe not.
Either
Based
that or
on-
you. Actually, apparently you may have more money than Valley Sports right now, but
Here we go.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, Mark off again today. He will be back on Monday. Flights we're dependent on the flights, and we have no backup plan. So if Mark has flight trouble, well, yeah. So this is it for Trent. Now tell everybody again if they missed it the first time. So you moved back to Lansing, right?
Grand Rapids.
Grand Rapids. Okay. And this is home? This is where you grew up?
Correct.
And the guy that we had on the show to talk about, Oakland's win over Kentucky, and he's the guy who stole you from us, correct?
Yes.
Right. So now here's my question, though. Was he truthful? Because as you're finding out, even though you're 24, in the media business, just like in the rest of life too, when they want you, they promise you the world. Okay. And then once you get in the door, they slam that sucker behind you and go, now this is the way things are really going to be. Okay. So I'm just curious. All right. You're selling, right?
Yes.
You ever done sales before?
I have not, but I think I can do it. But I will also say this. You gave a great soliloquy the other day about how you can't sell unless you believe in it. Some people can BS, but you're not that type of person. Honestly, I'm not that type of person either. So we'll see how this goes.
Okay. So, but you believe in sports radio, obviously. This is what you want to do.
Of course.
Do you believe in the station and the app and the streaming and the whole deal? That's the other thing. I'm an old fart. For the most part, I only had to worry about we're on the radio. Here's our signal. Okay, you got apps, streaming. How can you get us? How can you get us? How can you not get us? Let me show you all the ways.
Yeah, how can you get rid of us?
If you get us on Twitch, you'll have 13 to 17 people hearing your ads. Okay, if you download this app, you'll have 31 to 35 people. Okay, yeah, please, you add it all up. You see it right there. I got 429 listeners. Come on now.
See, you could do this.
Oh, I did it. And boy, was I was a joy. I was. Mark did it too. Yep. He did the show, then he sold middays and afternoons. I sold mornings and midday, and then did the show in the afternoon. Yeah.
In a perfect world, we'd all just sit down behind the microphone and talk sports and get paid. But
and you're not going to believe this. That's how the industry used to be. They had enough money, apparently, that it was like, how about if I just pay you to do the show? Now, no. You got to do a lot more than that. So, all right. When's your show going to start airing?
The goal is Lions season, week 1.
What do you mean the goal?
That's the goal.
What do you mean the goal? No. You got no. Are you mean to tell me you said yes to them and you didn't? No. That's got to be in writing. I start August 19th, 4:00. No. It's just a goal.
You got to get sponsors to get on the air, and I don't have any yet.
Actually, no, you don't. Okay?
Well, I do with this situation.
Just listen to Miller and Moulton. Secondly, okay, and I'm being serious here, and I was actually serious about the joke too. But if you think about it, sometimes the best way to prove your product to the prospective client is to be on the air. Okay, hey, if you're undecided, listen to me 4 to 6, blah, blah, blah. I'll come back in a week after you've checked out the show. So they got to put you on the air, man. There's nothing that sells the show like the show.
This is all just telling you. I'm meeting with those guys on Monday.
Well, you need to look them straight in the face and go, by the way, I've heard recently, there's nothing that sells the show like the show. We're working on getting me on the air. Okay. I only took this job to be on the air. You may only view me as a sales guy. I view me as a sports guy. Give it a shot. Worst they could do is laugh at you.
Right.
If they fire you, put gas in the car, turn around, come back. You got grandparents and an aunt and uncle near the studio. We can find you a place to live. It's same $7 to $9 a show, but that'll be more than what you're making in Grand Rapids there if they fire you. So,
good point. I'm adding all this to the Rolodex, all this to the book of Miller and Moulton, all these tips.
Although I have to admit, I'm a little concerned. Well, besides the fact that we don't have a date for when the show starts, you need a date and a time. That's the other thing. They can't say, fine, we'll put you on the air August 19th at 10 to midnight. No. This is we're not spinning the hits here. Okay. So you need a time slot that people actually listen to and what have you. Okay. That's number one. Number two, didn't you text me last week? Haven't you already grabbed another job?
Well, in the meantime, yeah, I'm working part-time at a liquor store back home that I worked at throughout college in the summers. And so I'm great friends with the owner, and he's helping me out. He gave me a decent raise. So I'm just I'm finagling everything.
So here, Miller and Moulton felt so guilty that we were paying you the $7 to $9 a show. Okay. You're moving back, and I believe temporarily, okay, they found a room for you at mom and dad's house, right?
Of course.
Right. So that's rent-free, correct?
It is.
Okay.
For now.
So you're making so little money with this new job that you left us for that you had to also grab a part-time job at the liquor store when you have no rent and no bills?
Tommy used to work on the dock. We're just getting by over here.
You don't have a Gina. Also, I mean, you can't use that as an excuse. You got nothing. I mean, you walked away from Appleton in the 239. Okay, you're not dating her anymore. So,
Nope.
So according to me, you have no expenses, yet you had to pick up a second job. Wow. You know what? Maybe this job that you left us for is not quite what you basically, we're finding out the truth right now. You had to get away from Miller and Moulton, didn't you?
No,
We
not at
were
all.
killing you. You hated it so much. Okay. You're going back to Grand Rapids. You're living at home. You're working at a liquor store, and you're working a job at a radio in which they haven't even promised you a show.
In all seriousness, these 4 hours was the best part of my day. Every single day I lived in the 239.
I know that. I'm having fun with you.
I know you are. I want you to know how much I appreciate this and how much fun this is actually.
We're just having fun.
I know we
just
are.
having fun with you. Now, 2 months from now, when you still don't have a show, call us. Okay. Because I got to admit, I'm a little worried now.
Okay? I'll keep you up to date.
I'm a little worried. Okay. You get that guy back on I'll call him up and go, hey, either he gets a show by Labor Day, or we're going to up that offer to $11-12 a show, and he's going to take it.
Packing up what's the word for the car? What's this word?
Jalopy.
Jalopy. I almost said jabroni.
Packing up the jalopy, and I'm heading south on I-75. All right. You can even stop off on the 904. Put you up for a couple days. Okay. Take you to the beach. All right. I mean, they're nice. West Coast, East Coast of Florida, nice beaches everywhere, really. Take care of you. Congratulate you on your raise, from $9 a show to 11, 12.
Did I see somewhere that Jacksonville is like the fastest growing city for my demographic? It's up there, isn't it?
It is. It was also voted the other day as the worst city to visit this summer. At top 100 metropolitan areas, it came in 100th.
Why?
Great question.
That doesn't make any sense.
But the part that I loved is, and I never watch local news. Shouldn't say that because we're on the Action News Jacks. Because actually, I do watch Action News from 6 to 6:30. Okay, heading into Nora O'Donnell, and that's our 6 to 7 news block in our household. Okay, we watch Action News Jacks into Nora O'Donnell and the CBS Evening News. We're on CBS now. We changed it around. Okay, eventually they all honk you off, and it's unsatisfying. But where was I? So I loved watching. My wife wants the local news on, And I'm the one that goes, no, please. I worked in local news 20 years. I don't need more local news on. All right. But when I saw the story online that Jacksonville was voted 100th out of 100 in terms of places to visit this summer, I said, you got to turn on the local news. And she's like, why? And I go, because they have to report on this. This has to make the survey. And I love to see how the local anchors, okay, what the copy is, how they ad lib out of it. All right. I have to watch it. And I literally, so we saw one station do it. And I said, that's great. Now we have to change channels. She's like, we don't watch any other news. I go, I know. Hope the Action News Jacks people don't get upset, but I have to see how the other anchors in town handle this story. We finished 100th out of 100.
How do we spin this?
Right, exactly.
Did you happen to see who was number 1?
No. I didn't even want to see who was 99. I was just obsessed with the fact that the place I now call home was dead last.
Triple digits, David. Triple digits.
We couldn't suck enough. Right. Loved it. I'm like, oh, I got to see how they handle this story. So, anyway, hell of a show today. Whit Watson talking U.S. Open. Cole Cubelic, little college football. How about that UFL championship? Huh?
Go Stallions.
If you stumble upon Birmingham and San Antonio, if you listen to that interview with Cole Cubelic, we did 4.5 to 5 minutes on the game. All right. You now know the matchups. Birmingham's got a quarterback issue, even though the one guy was MVP of the league. Apparently last 2 weeks, he can't suck enough. He's like Jacksonville in terms of places to visit this summer. Okay. Right.
Hey,
I don't know.
In all seriousness, clash of the Titans with the coaches in that game.
Skip Holtz, Wade Phillips. I will say Wade's apparently he's got like a wide receiver that's really good. And he told the guy on the field, he said, I'm going to get you NFL tryouts. Apparently he's already lined up like 5 of them for the guy. He's like, you can play in the league. You should be in the league today.
This league, in all seriousness, has kind of helped some guys get their stuff together, and they're actually heading back to the NFL. So it has been a positive thing.
All right. Game 4 tonight. Mavs avoid the sweep or no?
No. I think they are absolutely crushed. I think Luka will be and moaning from the jump. And the Celtics prove yet again they're just the better, deeper, defensive juggernaut that won the East by 16 games in the regular season. Celtics
only 9 times previously have we had a sweep in the NBA Finals. What was it? Warriors Cavs 2018?
That was the last one, yeah.
And for that, Spurs Cavs, I think 07.
Didn't the Lakers sweep the Magic or no?
No, 5.
Okay. So, yeah, 07.
If you ever talk to Stan Van Gundy, the series was 2-1, and it was a very close game 4, and he still to this day questions a move he made late in that game. And he said, we win that game. He goes, I'm telling you, series would have been different.
It's got to be tough to live that way, live with that mindset. I respect it. Obviously, he wanted to win, but, you gotta let it go.
I'd say, by the way, we get 2 game 5s.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. And
okay.
I'm not just saying that because I picked, Florida in 5, but I think we're going to get 2 game 5s. I can't imagine we're going to go the whole series without McDavid or Draisaitl scoring. Top 5 goal scorers on the Oilers have yet to score a goal. All right. I just have to believe they break through. They're 0 for the power play in this series so far. Got to believe they break through.
When it rains, it pours.
I don't know about pouring. I just think, break through. Even Montreal, the worst team I've seen in the finals in the last 25 years was the 2020 Canadiens. And when the Lightning were up 3-0, even they won game 4. And the Lightning were at a totally different level than that Canadiens team. And even Carey Price and the boys managed to avoid the sweep. So I had to throw in the boys.
Yeah. Although it has happened a lot more in hockey than basketball.
20 times, yet has not happened in over a quarter century. 98 Wings sweeping the Caps, the last time we've had a sweep in the Stanley Cup Finals.
So we've had a sweep more recently than a Canadian team has hoisted the cup.
Correct. Miller and Moulton. Trent, safe travels. Thanks for everything you contributed. Okay, let me know how the jalopy is doing. And have a great weekend. And happy Father's Day, everybody.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience.